Good. Our task of things, looking at it, the like a red, the red machine. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Hey.
Yeah.
More than 100 people.
What? More than 100?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like 125.
Yeah. Actually, I work with Mussenbrock. Yeah. Let's say all of it.
Oh, I see. Okay. I can add some chairs here then.
I know. But here. Here around 65, okay? Approximately 40 people in the people could stay here. But I usually be like, let life show.
Are you the audio guy? Yes. Okay. Can we have a connection from the laptop sound to the couple discs? Yeah.
Bir kablo hani bana hani yani bir ses veriyor da.
Okay.
Kablosu var mı abi? Neden vereceğim ona?
Sen
Sorsana.
ısrarı vereceğim dönüşeceğim mi yoksa alt mı?
Sen hani ne istiyor mesela? Ne?
What kind of 3.5 millimeters. 3.5 aux istiyor.
Sadece
You want aux?
ses mi veriyor sadece?
Or USB? USB? Ha ya da ses kartı.
Ya onu bir
You just want the voice.
ses mi veriyor sadece abi?
We have one speaker host via Zoom. You have also Zoom? Yeah.
Ses alacak mı Zoom'da?
Zoom varmış. In the afternoon.
Çıklar mı sadece bu yani?
In the afternoon we have one speaker.
Okay, I got it. I got it. So, I just want to ask you, when you had a Zoom call, Zoom meeting, okay?
Yeah.
It's okay. We can hear his or her voice, but it will be some Q&A or someone also talk with.
No.
Okay,
Just one way.
Okay, cool.
No. Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Tamam, Aykut, ver ses kartını istiyorum.
Mesela abi. Bir background lazım bana. Bir de bu sunum 2 tane sunum hatta şimdi bana. Sonra onların ikinin sunumu onları sıraya getirmek lazım.
And also someone that spent but you don't know people.
In der Präsentation, also ein paar haben wir das schon geschickt.
Ja.
Also hier, soll ich einfach in den Vorschlag
You
planen?
don't know.
Wir müssen dann mal sprechen, welchen Laptop er das auf den Bildschirm bringt. Er muss es dann ja mit seinem in jedem Fall mal hochladen, ja, in einen zentralen Ort.
Das glaube ich, dann
One guy.
It's about who's gonna like be transporting the laptops.
And slowly, you know, and very the doctor. It's important. It's important.
Yeah.
No, you know, when people push, nothing people just cut and wait and what is going on. They say, oh, okay, like this one, little bit amateur, even more.
Exactly, yeah, so we need to have like our slides already loaded. And then get them on the
Because
laptop.
I need to
maybe like when the speakers get here to do
the mic.
Maybe, you know, let's speak to someone, we can take the presentation to you,
Right now, their laptop 5 minutes before. Yeah,
Can I?
okay, that's fine, let's just
I
do
would
that.
like to take early, of course, but
Honestly,
Can I
that's
send you
lost this
something
time,
to
so
play?
like,
yeah,
to
okay.
we'll just make
put in
sure
the
that we have one person who gives them the laptop.
yes.
And
Go to the-
what, like
I will
a
take
video?
some background content. And when speakers finish the you know, speaks, you'll freeze the screen.
So it's the background.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you want me to take talk to HTML,
Good idea.
it will be stable.
Yeah, nice.
Maybe you did one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can take this background.
Matt, do you want like a
so-
picture background?
Yeah, I have like the first page from the deck. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is there.
That's fine.
And then.
Tamam onu değiştir.
Hayır,
Peki,
Yeah.
söyledim onlara.
Background lazım şu an. Yani şu an. Ne olduğunu ne bak? Bu açınca mini ufağı iptal et. Bunlar
There's still a few more water bottles.
burada kayıt olacak bir tanıdık. Sen hani uzun kayıtlarını hani seslendirme yapıyorsun. Yani bu benim çok ister ya.
Okay, I sent them.
So, we will give you voice directly. Sorry, we will give you voice directly, you know?
Ha, buradan bağlayabilirim. Şurada ben alırım abi. Oradan kayıt olacak. Ya o sen
What do you to say?
We will try to take a voice, you know, but speakers we cannot do it, but we can direct the voice. Like from speaker, like from the mixer.
Oh,
But if you put some voice.
zaten bunun kaydını alıyor zaten ama. Bunlar hani bu sesler ne zaman ses altı bitiyor.
Take a voice like this. It was a big sound and the waving. We already given like directly.
oh, direct input from your sound system. Okay.
It's like a perfect one. I don't want to
So he's saying that he can connect like your laptop directly to the sound so that the sound is better than the microphone.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, because it's real, you know, like a
That's
waving,
okay.
you know,
That's okay.
like a waving.
Much better. Yeah.
Abi işte şunu bağlasın bu.
Hangisini istiyor? Söyle bana.
Şunu bağlasın hani bu şeye gönderdim siz. Zoom'a gönderdim abi
Okay.
siz bu abi.
This is what we send to Zoom, okay?
Okay, perfect.
This is for you.
Bağlasın deneyelim ben hazırım.
Then he will.
Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sound up, volume. Say, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hey, say, ses deneme 1, 2, 4, 5, hey.
Okay, can you test if you get my sound from Zoom? Yeah, I get your sound, but do you get my sound?
Onunla şey hep böyle dedik yani. Ama hep diyor hani bu sesli dinleyin diyor. Hani ondan gelecek sesli dinleyin diyor. Hayır yok. Şey demek istiyor hani. Bundan hani kim konuşacak acaba diyor tamam. O
please choose also the
İki tarafı da.
input for computer output also codec. Choose it from also your computer, okay? Not just for your Zoom.
Output.
But it's Dutch, you may not understand it is different. So audio codec, no? But this is bu analog stereo değil mi? Bu değil.
O nereye bu hani bu
Only
bu neyi seçiyor ben anlamadım.
This is computer sound setting. Am I right?
Bu mu yani?
Evet.
Bu bizim çıkması lazım şeyimiz. Seçeneğimiz. Şunlar ne peki?
What was that there?
this is output, yeah.
Bu ne? Ne diyorsun abi? Neymiş?
Cover the mess.
Choose this.
This is only stereo and this is the output, yeah. So we have the codec, yeah.
Yes. Choose this.
Bu ne seçiyor? Bu ne diyor ki bu?
Ben anlamadım abi. Değişik bir şey bu. Just. Okay. So. Bu mu
There is no
bizimkisi?
choice.
Bilmiyorum ki abi. Bu
Bak
böyle
codec
bir şey-
yazıyor burada.
Abi o, yani, o yani. Onu seçecek işte hani.
Test.
Input alıp. Yani şöyle bak burada gönderemez. Şuradan girsin bir daha bakalım. Bir daha şuradan girsin.
Okay, go. Okay.
Hey,
Go.
hey.
Look. It's okay.
This is a mic,
Onu da
yeah.
seçsin.
Hey. Test sound, yeah. If you don't hear the test sound, so you don't. Böyle bağlamadık ki. Ben böyle benim, benim, beni duyman lazım.
Hi, guys. Okay, we would like to start. Nice to see you all here at this nice intersection between insurance and blockchain technology. We are really looking forward for this conference. So over 500 signed up. Not all are here yet, but we are very confident that the room will be full around lunchtime. So super nice to have all of you here. And Christoph, you're moderating the first session.
Yeah, welcome from my side also. My name is Christoph Mussenbrock from EtherRisk, and we are very happy to co-host this conference together with Chainproof. Thank you, Peter. And also a big shout out to our sponsor, QuantStamp, who is making this possible. They have invested a lot of time to organize all this nice venue here, which is really nice. And so we are really happy to have all of you here. And I don't want to lose much words. Just to remind you, this is the 5th D1Conf. The last one was in Amsterdam last year. Then we have been in Malta, in Cancun, in Prague. And these were all great events. And we hope that today will also a big event also with your question, with your interaction. So don't hesitate to ask questions after the talks. And we will be happy to answer them or try to answer them. So the first talk is Dr. Matthias Zimmermann. Matthias is a very seasoned insurance developer, so he has spent most of his professional life in the IT industry for insurance. He has been responsible for building large application systems, and he joined EtherRisk, I think 2 years ago now. Great, and he's our chief developer and responsible for our frameworks, the GIF, generic framework. And he will introduce you in the latest developments. And Matthias, it's your stage.
Thank you so much, Christoph. Okay, let's start. We are now into the third iteration of the GIF, the Generalized Insurance Framework. Last year, we had the second version, if you want, where we added risk pool capability that holds the risk capital that is used to do the payouts. This year, we added some more things, mostly based on our experience in the past, but also a little bit from what we expect to come in the future. And this is basically the main topic on what I'm going to talk about. There are 3 things I would like to focus on this talk. The first one is ecosystem capture with registries. Can sound a bit of abstract, but I hope to be more clear later. The second one is like everything will become an NFT in the GIF. And the last one basically is the new stakeholders that we add, a whole new part of the GIF, which concerns itself about the distribution, basically the selling of the policies. So the first one, protocol ecosystem capture. This is the current state of what we have today on chain. So one thing that we see is that we're not on a single chain, but we're on many different chains. We have some mainnet, Avalanche, some whatever chain, on Gnosis initially, and more and more on Polygon. So on mainnet, we introduced this year the USDC DPEG protection together with staking of our token DIP staking. So basically, if we have on the risk side, if you have things, you can also stake DIP basically to unlock the capital that can then be used to sell policies. On Avalanche, also last year, we had this big project with Lemonade, Crypto Climate Coalition. And the Pula is the local provider of the insurance. This is deployed on Avalanche. On Polygon, which we started to use more and more lately, we have the most recent thing that we went live on Polygon is a train delay. So it's like flight delay, but with trains in Germany. So if you're used to trains in German, they usually are late. So that's why our colleagues thought this could be a good insurance use case. There's a Tontine. This is slightly lighter because it's not on the productive net, but on the test net. We'll hear about that very soon. There's a crop case for World Food Program. We might hear this from Hui Lin later this evening. And there's a new thing like Quake Cover. And on Gnosis is also the crop case that we had last year. with Acre, and one of the first things, of course, the flight delay is also on Gnosis. So basically, we see already even not so many use cases, but they're already distributed over many chains. And if we continue like this, we'll have more chains and much more use cases. So it gets a little bit of, shall we say, unorganized. So it becomes not so easy to figure out which instances with which use cases are deployed where and how can I actually find them. And basically, this is the major motivation for this. The challenges is basically maintaining a transparent and reliable record, basically a dictionary of what is where in the whole ecosystem on top of the GIF. And we want to keep consistency over all supported chains. And this is what we introduced with the registry concept. So what we want to have is a single contract called a registry on each chain. And this is basically the directory to all the objects of that chain. And then we have the special case, which is the global registry. It's also a registry, but it sits on mainnet. And it not only has all the things that are on mainnet, but it also has pointers to all the registry on all the other chains. So basically, it means that with a single contract address on mainnet, you have then a tree of dictionaries where you can find whatever is relevant for the whole GIF, for the whole protocol ecosystem that we have. If you look at in a picture, this is the mainnet. We have the global registry here, and it has everything on the mainnet, but it also has links to the chain registry on Gnosis, link to chain registry on Polygon, and all the other chains that we're working on. So basically, with giving you the address of this one, you will be able to find everything. And it's not just instances. If we look a little bit in more detail, like this is one example of an instance. It has a product and a risk pool, and the risk pool has risk bundles. This is where the risk capital sits. And on the product are linked policies that have been sold. And of course, these through the instance, they're linked to the bundles that cover for the risks that has been underwritten. And all these elements are basically here in the chain registry. So for each of these, there's a line in the chain registry and saying what it is, the contract address, if it has one, and all these elements. So much for the registries. Next bigger thing is that we're moving to NFTs for everything. The motivation is like, we have many individual protocol objects, and these all have unique identities. So like each policy is unique, each instance is unique, each product is unique, and so on. And for most of these things, we also have an owner. So the owner of the policy is the policy holder. The instance owner has certain rights, what he can or she can do with the instance. And if you have a product, it's your own product. So you can decide when you no longer want to sell policy. So there are always rights linked to the thing that you own. So the ownability is really, really central. And once we have these two things, like uniqueness is very important, ownability is very important. So it kind of comes natural that we should actually think of NFTs. So the benefits is NFTs provide a standardized and well-established foundation. All objects are no longer hard linked to addresses. And once we move all these things to NFTs, whatever we move immediately becomes transferable and becomes tradable on trading platforms like OpenSea. How this looks a little bit more technically, we have talked about registry before, and each registry, there's one registry per chain. There's also one NFT contract per chain. So all these things, they're represented by an NFT in the single contract. So let's assume you have a new use case. You deploy the new use case on a chain where there is a chain registry. All the policies that you start to build will automatically be NFTs. They're already registered here. So you could immediately offer the feature that these things are tradable if you want, without you having to do anything special for that. I already mentioned there's one contract per chain. So this single contract is used to mint all the different objects that have a relevance in the protocol of decentralized insurance. And they also have unique IDs. So the ID of this NFT on Polygon is unique, not only on Polygon, but it's unique over all chains. So basically, we include the chain ID inside of the ID of whatever NFT we have, which immediately has the effect that over the whole space of all chains, each ID you have for your NFT is unique over all so But just knowing the ID of your NFT, you immediately know on which chain it is, and you cannot mix the two things. Last part, distribution support. Let me start with a quote from an old insurance expert. I'll let that read you. It's kind of obvious. I mean, let's be honest, insurance is not cool. And selling insurance is even less cool. But it's vital. I mean, if you don't sell policies, then you don't have any business. So it's actually really essential, those things. And it's not perceived usually as vital for financial stability, how it is, especially in our areas like developed countries. It's kind of so natural that you don't even think about it. It's way, way different in developing countries where insurance is new and it can have a huge impact on the life of those people. And there's a huge industry around it. Like we have agents, we have brokers, we have new tech platforms that compare insurance, and you can buy the policy from the tech platforms. And there's a huge amount of things, and they're all deal about distribution. And this is what we will add in the new version of the GF, a distribution module that treats like distribution types, distributors and referrals. If you're a distributor, you write as distributor. It's of course also represented as an NFT. And a distribution module is linked to a product, something like a risk pool is linked to a product. And inside of this distribution module, you can then program your special approach on how you want to organize distribution. You can take a default which just allows you to give some commission to the guy that sells your policies, but you can also do much more sophisticated stuff. So the central thing on distribution is actually this thing here, the referrals. If you're a distributor, you want to have something that you can give to the person that you try to. I want to sell you a policy and you have to buy it, and then you ask me, yeah, why should I care? Because if you use this, then you get a discount. And why should I do this work? Because I then get paid. And this is all with this referral code, and the referral code is basically linked to me as a distributor. So if you buy it with the referral code, you can make sure that you get the discount. And in the framework itself, it will make sure that I will get my commission immediately when the tokens are pulled for paying the premiums. So the thing in action, quite covered. This is what we're working on right now. We have been allowed to talk about this for the first time. We have been silent the last 2-3 months because we were not allowed to talk about. It's a global earthquake insurance use case. It's a small company called Quantectum. They have a global model for all the shakings and earthquakes. They say they're one of the only ones that have near real-time earthquake prediction technology built. And you're basically the tech provider to this use case. So it's likely the first product that offers aftershock protection. So usually if there's a big earthquake, a lot breaks. And this is a drama in itself. But the big danger is that once things start to break, usually it's not just the big earthquake, there are aftershocks, and they can be as damaging as the first one, and no traditional insurance offers anything for that. So if the big one hits you and you want to buy something like buying protection after the fact, you just can't. But because these guys, they calculate the whole global model every hour. Basically every hour you can buy new insurance, even if there was a big earthquake. The only thing what they do is they have a grace period of 2 hours, in a sense that if you have seen something that is big, but is not yet reported through the global earthquake event monitoring system, they want to be sure that they don't sell you something for too cheap, because they're not yet aware of this big earthquake. So basically you say, I want to buy now, and then 2 hours later you can get it if the price is not too big. Otherwise you have to try again and pay a higher price. So the whole thing will be based on GIF version 3. Policies will be modeled as an NFT, and as written here, you're the technology provider of that one. If you're interested in the use case, you can come later today and talk to me. This is the webpage of the company that is building the technology, and the Quake cover is, if you want, you can subscribe. They have a new homepage, so you can keep informed about that use case. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. I think this is a great opener, and it shows that insurance on blockchain is something which is going to stay, and it's going to develop, and it's growing, and there are more and more use cases, exciting use cases, and The next talk is about one new use case, which is still in development. It's still a prototype, but it's super exciting because it's a complete new vertical, life insurance. And I'm really happy to introduce you to Maximilian, who will very soon join the stage when he has solved technical problems. Let me bridge this. Question. Exactly. Sorry. Yeah. Adam.
You're working on earthquake cover. What I'm curious about is, are you looking at, or do you foresee a future where you guys start to go into other catastrophic lines beyond earthquakes specifically?
I would love that personally.
Typhoon and hurricane being.
But we have been talking to those guys and said if they do earthquakes, because to us earthquakes seems to be something like complicated. There might be simpler things to do, and they flatly refused. They said that even if I think it's simple, of course it's not. It's like always, whenever you go into a new thing, it's like a completely different field. You need completely different background, maybe different infrastructure and so on. For us, this is a really exciting opportunity because it's always hard to know the business know-how on what to do. So for us, this would be completely impossible to do. But for these guys, it's what they did their whole life and from all their education and universities. So they really know what they're doing. And this is like mixing the best of two worlds. So we're the tech provider, so we know about the framework and what you can do with crypto and what maybe you shouldn't do with crypto. They have no idea about that, but they want to rely on crypto because if they would do the classical thing, it would take them 5 to 10 years just to get the licenses in the country where they would start to operate. And with this, they hope to have something like a quick start. And yeah, we'll see.
Another question, they can have probably worldwide data. How does it then work with an insurance? Could I from Germany buy earthquake insurance for South Korea? And
initially, yes, initially, yes, they're offering it worldwide. So they don't ask for any proof that you're actually living in that area. So they have their model is distributing the risk over the whole globe. It means that they have to cluster their money around on the hotspots, and you can buy policies in the hotspot as long as there is money. So if you, let's say, if you could easily buy up Istanbul, more or less, maybe quite quickly, and they won't sell you any more policies because otherwise they would have a cluster risk on Istanbul. If somebody would jump in and say that I think it's important and the thing is actually business, they probably could talk to those guys and then they would enlarge a pool and then you can do more things. But yeah,
they provide the pool capital code.
Yes, so they provide the pool capital and they provide the risk model and they manage how much can be sold in which area.
One quick question on my end. The actual data that the network of, I forget the name of the company, but it's aggregating the data on the actual likelihood and the actual occurrence of an earthquake. How is that being put on chain? Do you use like some sort of Oracle solution to pretty much?
Yeah, it will probably an Oracle on the cheap in a sense of there's 1 or 2 worldwide recognized earthquake data providers. So it's not something like, it's not like a DeFi case where you have 20 different decentralized exchanges and some centralized exchanges, and then you mix and match. But you have to take exactly the data of this and this provider because their whole model is based exactly on that type of data. So what we will most likely do is pick all the events that are likely relevant for payouts, and we will put those events on chain. And you can also see those in the classical Web2 world. So that it's like a mirror image, like
cross-reference
twins. So you can see that if you go to the official source, that you can also see the same thing on chain. But this is not completely clear. But this is what we would like to have is if you buy a new policy, you could already see on chain the events that would have affected your payouts. Have you bought the policy earlier?
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? So then I'm happy to introduce you to Maximilian. Maximilian is a part of HBA Consulting. Maybe you introduce yourself afterwards. A very interesting company where we are cooperating with. And we have been working 1 year now on a joint project here, and Maximilian is on the business development side. He is also a seasoned expert in insurance, and yeah, I'm curious what you have to tell. Thank you. I think you need to switch off. Okay.
That works good. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for having me. It's a great city and a great conference. What am I going to talk about? We already saw it on the last slides that there popped up a new field on the Polygon blockchain saying tontine, or as we call it, the blockchain annuity, Banny. Yeah. I mean, I can do it without slides, but that's gonna be a bit difficult. Just give them a few minutes.
Can we maybe just switch to Adam so we can solve this with a presentation issue? Do we have Adam's presentation on the laptop? The third one, or?
Sure.
Otherwise, we need to, if someone not stable here. We need to, can we copy the presentation to the other laptop, then I think it will work more stable. Just a second.
Okay. Can you give us your presentation via USB? Because your laptop is already frozen.
Sure. It is? Yes. Okay. USB won't work. My USB ports are locked, but I can email it to you.
Locked?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, we are ready to go. Sorry for this interruption. Maximilian will start his presentation now. Thank you.
Second time is a charm. Thank you very much for the fast technical help. I hope now I took all the technical difficulties of the conference on my laptop, and now all the other presentations will go as planned. What am I going to talk about today? A blockchain annuity, or as we call it for short, Banny, which is the first decentralized pension insurance there is. And as Christoph said, I work for HBA Consulting, which is now a strategic partner of EtherRisk, and we basically built this together. And today I want to talk about, how does the first decentralized pension insurance look like? A few words, who am I? I'm a senior consultant and business developer at HBA Consulting. I hold an MBA degree of the Asian Institute of Technology, as well as a BI in business psychology. This probably makes me one of the few people in the room without any formal technical training, and I can already tell you, when I talk about what we build with I mean an amazing team we have at HBA and EtherRisk. I didn't write a single line of code. I'm totally upfront about that. I got into crypto like many people did 2013-ish when I unsuccessfully tried to mine Bitcoin on a laptop, because in a student dorm you had a flat fee for electricity, so that sounded like a super smart idea. And in 2017, I really got into it and decided, oh yeah, this is the field I want to work in. Who's HBA Consulting? We have been around for nearly 20 years. We're an actuary boutique consultancy. Our clients are German life insurance companies, pension funds, stuff like that, specialized providers. And we do a lot of projects close to IT without actually being an IT consultancy. So we do data migration projects. We do projects relating to deciding which new software to use, which actuary processes to put how into which software. This is what we do. We also have a brand called Blocksurance, founded in 2017, where we do all the blockchain projects, the blockchain consultancy, etc. We do. Short recap, if any of those slides look familiar to you, that is because I used the same slides at D1Conf in Amsterdam when we first talked about the idea of developing a decentralized pension insurance. And at that conference, I talked about, okay, this is our idea. We wrote 2 academic works about it, and those people who wrote those are now my colleagues, and they built it. And at D1Conf, my talk was still called Peer-to-Peer Tontine, an Ethereum-based community fund. And basically what I was doing 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, I was asking the D1Conf there, okay, let's start a pension community fund. I said, let's build it. What do we need? I talked about, we need a mathematical or an actuarial model behind it to calculate what is the next pension payment gonna be. I talked about that we need, obviously, to build a smart contract. I talked about that we need passage of time. I talked about the proof of life and a front end that we need. And investment voting was a side topic I covered. So what happened after D1Conf, where I said, okay, this is how we rapidly prototyped it. This is what we need. Let's build one together here at D1Conf. EtherRisk said, yeah, that sounds fine. Let's do that. So we partnered up and we threw our capabilities together, formed a strategic partnership, and developed Banny, the blockchain annuity, which to my knowledge, and I keep repeating it and nobody corrects me, is the first decentralized pension insurance in the world. What was my plan for today? What do I want to talk about? As you know, like if you look at a new insurance product or a new blockchain product, every bit, every cog and gear in the machine is infinitely complex. You can talk with the right experts for hours on end. And as I said, we're an actuarial boutique consultant company. So most of my colleagues have advanced degrees in mathematics or IT technology. So they briefed me endlessly on it. Even, as I said, even just to make the math, how the math of an annuity could work on a blockchain, produced 2 academic works out of our company alone. So I can do a real deep dive, but then something fun happened. I saw the LinkedIn announcement of D1Conf where they told me I will unveil something. So I said, okay, maybe let's not go the super deep dive into the tech. Let's do a shallow tech dive and then go to a hands-on and I show you the actual finished product, because as of Monday, it's in open testing phase. You can all try it out. I'm gonna get to that later how you can use it, but it's already deployed on Polygon Mumbai network. So it's live. So I thought shallow dive and then let's get into the hands-on part of it. So technically, what did we do? Basically, we have three components. We obviously have the generic insurance framework gladly provided by EtherRisk, in which we deployed the smart contracts needed for the blockchain Annuity. We substituted that with a calculation engine or API that has an API that we can call, where there is a piece of software running for the complex actual calculations needed to calculate, okay, which pension amount at which age, on how the collective works. Because, as I said, it's based on the mathematical model of a pooled annuity. So it's a rather complex math you can put into that calculation core there. And obviously, we developed the front end. As is logical, we have that part on blockchain and those parts we have on different web servers. To be a bit on the shallow dive side, what we use, the smart contract is obviously on Solidity. As a blockchain, we're currently using Polygon and the Mumbai test network of Polygon. On the other side, our mathematical calculations are requested via a Spring Boot server, and the front end has been done in Meteor Kitchen. Thank you very much to EtherRisk for that framework. In very short, again, I'm doing a shallow dive to save some of the 15 minutes I have to actually walk you through the product and how you could buy a decentralized pension and your first decentralized pension. How does it work? Very simply, you go to the front end. On the front end, you enter the data that is needed to calculate your pension amount. Currently, that is year you're born and the capital you wish to invest. The calculation engine then returns you an offer. If you think, okay, this is an offer for a pension I want to sign, you sign it to the GIF, and the GIF returns and says like, oh, on the front end, now you can view your pension. This is how much you're going to get. Here you can collect it. This is in very layman's terms, a very shallow dive on how the architecture of the product that we build is. And now let's do a hands-on. As you've already noticed, we do have a bit of technical issues and my laptop is up there. So I'm not going to do it in browser. Also, I'm deadly afraid of live demos. So I screenshotted it last night, but rest be assured, this is live. I did the screenshots. You can see the date and a few of them. I did them last night. So it's live. Come talk to me after the talk or grab my business card. I can show it to you live if you want as well. So hands-on, how would it work? Well, first of all, you go to bunny.etherisk.com. And after you sign up, you see new policy. So you can now decide, okay, I want to sign up for a pension and I want to invest capital and my year of birth. Before you can do that, obviously you connect with MetaMask. As I said, Polygon, Matic blockchain. So you need Matic for the transaction fees and the stable coin you wish to invest. I now connected a wallet. My colleagues graciously provided €1 million of stable coin for me. Again, testnet, and 0.2 Matic to pay for transactions. Again, this is all live. You can, if you want to type that down, you can actually look that up. All the transactions exist on the network. I now decided I want to invest €10,000 and my year of birth is 1989. I press the button Get Offer. Our mathematical calculations return that my next pension would be €185.15. And as you can see, I did this yesterday. Don't be confused why it says current year there. As we're currently testing and just launching on Monday, we already had a cycle through a few years for testing purposes. So it's a product for the future, obviously. If I'm fine with that and I sign the offer, I sign the offer by sending the Euro stable coins I want to invest, 10,000 in that case. I send that to the GIF. I now have a little bit less Matic. I only have €990,000 left. But what I also have is in the overview of my policies, I have a policy with a capital of 10,000 my year of birth, my next pension, and obviously a process ID, where in the front end you can look at the transaction you used to sign up for the policy, because who wants to read data on chain if there is a possibility to use a polished front end? So as I said, we have a bit of a better approach to the concept of time. In our current phase, a year is defined as 84 hours. I just love that sentence that we just defined what a year is. And this is done because it's a yearly pension. Currently, the mathematical model, you pay in once and you receive a yearly pension. And of course, I don't want to ask you if you tried out to wait 1 year. So we decided to have 2 years within a week, which comes down to 84 hours. So I think on Monday evening, the next year will start. If that has happened and the next year has started, you can now see that I am able to collect my pension because the relentless march of time has marched on. So what do I need to do to collect the pension? Well, in a traditional pension insurance, you might need to send in some documents. You need to contact a representative of your insurance company. Here, as you can imagine, it is a bit more technical. You fill out a CAPTCHA to prevent spam. And then obviously you sign a transaction because it's a blockchain-based product. So you sign a transaction. This is my address. I sign it. I, with a private key corresponding to the public key that has signed the policy, would like to collect my pension. And now we see I again lost a bit of matic, but I got my 185 euros and 15 as a pension payout in euro stablecoin. Now, if we go back to the overview of the policies, we can see, oh, there is 9,800 and something euros left. My next pension has increased a bit because the mathematical model behind it is an annuity, a self-contained annuity. So my next pension is always calculated on the real development of the people in the collective. So obviously we approximate how many people will be in the collective in the next year. So what is the probability of someone dying? And then we each year adjust on how it really went. So now, as you can see, my calculated pension for the next year has gone up because we now readjusted the pension payment based on the development of the real collective. Again, very, very shallowly, as I said, my colleagues, who I apologize in advance for that very shallow dive, we'll be happy to talk to you about the very complex math you can build behind such a product. After all, this is why actuaries exist and earn a lot of money developing very complex models. But yeah, my next pension would be 188.51. Let's have a quick look at our collective, because as I said, it's a self-contained collective. There is no central insurance company that has to pay into the collective or out of the collective. All the capital used to fund this pension is the total sum of what everybody has paid in. So I paid in 10,000 with my test account. That cumulates to an overall collective. The insurance collective has paid in roughly 400,000. So my policy with 10,000 is a third of the average pension. So I could have probably signed up for a bit higher one if I wanted to. Currently, 4 unique addresses are in our collective. And as obviously my colleagues are mathematicians, they played around with the probabilities, who is how old, and try to get the youngest and the oldest accounts, just to really stress the limits of the mathematical model. And I can gladly report it's robust. It like works with even people above 100 and below 5, even though by now we decided to restrict the input data on how old and how young you can be. For obvious purposes, we don't want 5-year-olds signing up for complex insurance products they probably do not understand. And also you have a bit more statistics. You can even see some historical payouts. As I said, in our test phase till now, we marched on to the year 2032. So you can always see how many active policies there are, what the total capital is, how many the collective inherited because some account died and is no longer collecting pensions, and what the sum of pension is. Those would be the statistics about the collective. You can also see some nice statistics because, let's face it, everything needs gamification. And nowadays, we also build a top 25. So which addresses in our collective have collected the most number of years? So who has been really keeping track of the 84-hour year cycle and really collected all their pensions and how much they collected. This is basically how the product looked like. And if you would like to try to get into that top 25, let me talk about what will be the next steps. The next steps are on Monday at 5 o'clock German time, which is 7 o'clock Turkish time. And on Tuesday, same time, will be 2 onboarding calls where I will explain all this again. My colleagues will explain a bit more about the tech and the math. If you want to participate in that and get accounts to our front end, feel free to sign up. Sadly, I can't straight give you the accounts because both EtherRisk and HBA Consulting fall under German privacy laws. And when I talked to our privacy data consultant, he was like, no, you cannot just collect email addresses without them signing a form. So please, if you want to be onboarded, I will send you an account with Testmatic, Test EURC. We're happy to set all that up for you. Open phase starts Monday. You can try it out. Even if you don't want to come to the talk, or just grab me afterwards, get you set up with an account so you can try it out yourself. You can do the hands-on I couldn't do today. Apart from that, we're very much looking forward to your feedback. Try it out, give it a test, probably early next year, because we're going heavily into the Christmas season by now. We will deploy version 2.0 with all the features from the feedback, and then we will work on our roadmap to take that out of a test net to a public net. So yeah, feel free to sign up, or there are my contact details on the last slide, or I'm around here at the conference. You can't miss me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Maximilian. Any questions?
Any ideas to expand the product so that the money is invested, like USDC, sorry, the Euro stablecoin is getting some yield?
Ideas definitely, currently not yet implemented. I spitballed those ideas the last D1Conf. Ideally, I think what would be easy to implement would be something on-chain. I think Nexus Mutual, for example, does fund administration for DeFi and insurance use cases on-chain. That might be a thing. Obviously, I would love to see that combined with a kind of community vote, because, I mean, it is a closed insurance collective, so why shouldn't they collectively decide how to invest? So there are ideas, no specific plans yet to implement something, but this is definitely on the roadmap for version 2, version 3. If you have good ideas, what could be practical, because I don't believe in the first step going off-chain with the investment is very practical. If you have some ideas or work into that space, please do grab me, or here are my contact details. Please do get in touch. Would love to talk about that.
Any more questions?
There was no payout at year 2029. Was it a special on the slide? Is there a special reason? And the second question I had was,
okay, on the slide, this is the current state. The contract gets redeployed on Monday. So the year 2029 was probably last weekend, and nobody of us was working and collecting. Again, till the run-up, as we open for the public on Monday, we now tested out a bit, deployed. We will redeploy, I think, Monday morning. My colleague always starts early, so you will probably redeploy at 7:30 or something. Then it will be a clean slate, and then hopefully you sign up and collect every year. So this was just due to me pressing next year button to take some nice screenshots for you.
And why is it not sent automatically for your wallet? Is this the proof of life, or how do you have the? Yeah, exactly. How do you know that I died and not my children collect the rent? So what is here the mechanism?
Exactly. from very early stage when we built the Mathematica model and decided, okay, when will a payout occur and when will the recalculation be done? We always agreed on there needs to be an active action to collect a pension and not an automatic payout in order to exactly work out that the people are still alive collecting pensions, because that is a real thing. Like if, for example, you sign up for German government insurance, they will send you a piece of paper, you have to get stamped at the embassy or something like that. So we decided, okay, we need that function, and a pension will only be paid out after someone does something actively. At this stage, we implemented the CAPTCHA version, so you have to have access to the private key plus being able to solve a mathematical question. But obviously, and I don't have to tell people that, if we have already implemented a module that says, okay, this process only goes through if this microservice CAPTCHA gives a positive feedback, we can also switch that out for another module. Obviously, like something like post-ident or something where your camera turns on, you have to speak to a human, hold up your passport. This could easily be flipped in there. And then ultimately, there will always be fraud in the world. This is just how the world works. So then you have to make like decision, okay, how hard do you want to make fraud and how complicated you want to make the proof of life? I would argue like holding up your passport to human representative is something that is reasonably secure and reasonably payable, because of course, the more complex proof of life is, the more costs you have, and you have to take into account in the model the so-called alpha costs. But currently we do it with a capture and a signature, because automatical payouts just doesn't make sense in this model, because then you will always pay out ad infinitum.
Okay. Any more questions? I don't see any. So I'm really happy. Thank you, Maximilian. I would be really happy to see this product live with actual money, and maybe Adam will be part of our next speaker will be part of this game. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
Adamson. Adam is a seasoned insurance expert with a long history in many different areas. Maybe he can also introduce himself a bit. He is currently head of business development at Names. Names is a blockchain company which provides insurance-related services, and I think both on-chain and off-chain. And so a very interesting approach. And Adam will now introduce us in new, robust reinsurance market. And yeah, it's your stage. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here, and appreciate Chainproof, Ether Risk for putting on this event and coordinating everything. A quick show of hands as everybody's running up to get a little coffee and a little few pastries for the morning. How many people here are working for or run their own decentralized insurance protocol? Okay, we've got a couple. All right, great. Well, this is I geared this talk towards this thought around how do we bring more capacity and more capital to the insurance, to the decentralized insurance space. And one of the core functions that happens in the regular insurance world is everybody buys reinsurance. Very rarely do you see insurance companies that sit on all of the risk themselves. It's kind of like going to the roulette table and saying, we're going to put it all on black, and if it doesn't win, well, I guess we're just going to go under. That's not a real prudent management of your funds. And so the idea is, how do we expand, how do we grow the reinsurance pool to allow decentralized protocols to be able to have success? So why am I talking about it? Always a good question. My entire background is insurance. In fact, before 2019, when I went to work for Names, I had worked in the traditional insurance market from 2001 onward. I spent my first 8 years as a very traditional property and casualty underwriter. I then relocated from Minnesota in the United States to Bermuda. Lovely little place to be, and have been there for 15 years now, working for a variety of different insurance companies. So I started out working for Artex Risk, which is the alternative risk arm of Arthur J. Gallagher, focusing on captives and different insurance pooling mechanisms. I then went to work for Aon, working there, managing the sharing economy practice, where I got a chance to work with this fun little nascent company at the time called Uber. I'm sure all of you in here have that app sitting on your phone and probably been jetting around the city utilizing your Uber this week. Worked for them for 5 years and then went to work for Marsh & McLennan, which is the world's largest insurance broker, doing traditional placements with them. And then I left there in 2019 when I was having an issue with payments. A client was trying to get a policy paid and couldn't figure out how to do so. And they also couldn't find their policy because they'd lost it because it was sent in a PDF to a various email address. So as I'm sitting there having calls with a senior person in HSBC, a senior person at Marsh & McLennan, and a senior person at JP Morgan, trying to figure out where this money has gone to, I was talking to the people at Names, and they were talking about how they were building an on-chain insurance protocol to effectively allow third-party capital to come in and allow that capital to sit on chain and provide insurance policies out into the ecosystem. And I started to realize there's a lot to be had here in this new digital space. And I left Marsh to come over to Names to work in the space because I thought I could bring some of my insurance information to the world. I've got some fun designations, the Chartered Property Casualty Underwriter designation, ARM, ARE, which are kind of well-respected insurance designations. So what does it really mean? According to my wife, Mrs. Adamson, basically it means I'm an insurance geek who just happens to now be hanging out in the crypto world. So we're going to go through what is reinsurance, how the reinsurance ecosystem works, and how to link reinsurance to the digital asset world. So what is reinsurance? Reinsurance is a way where insurance companies can take portions of the risk that they take on from the ultimate insureds, and they effectively share that with a collective. So we were talking earlier, Maximilian was talking about having a collective where everybody is part of it. In effect, a reinsurance policy or reinsurance contracts do that, where it takes pieces of the risk and shares it amongst a bunch of people. Because what happens is, instead of to the experience of going to the roulette table and putting it all on black, instead of one person dealing with all that risk or one individual company dealing with all that risk, it allows us to share that risk amongst all of us. So over here, you might take a piece of the risk, you might take 1%, you might take 4%, you might take 3%, which means that when an entire loss happens, we have something like FTX that blows everybody up, or we have a major DPEG event, we're not all sitting there. One person isn't going to go down because of this event, but instead that risk is shared across the community. And as we share that risk, that then allows us to have an ecosystem that builds and grows, and we all in a way protect ourselves because we've taken the risk and we've split it amongst a bunch of people. There's a couple different types of reinsurance risk you'll hear. One's called facultative insurance risk, and the other is called treaty insurance. Facultative insurance is where you take a specific piece and you share it with a specific underwriter. Treaty is where a bunch of insurance companies will come in and they'll each take percentages of an entire insurance program. So while I might be the front insurer, I might be AXA, who's writing the insurance policy, there might be behind me 10, 12, 15 different insurers taking little slices of that policy. And that's how you build an insurance treaty. There's a couple different types of insurance that you'll hear. Quota share reinsurance, which is what I was talking about, where people will take individual slivers of different pieces of insurance. That's a quota share policy. It's most common right now in the insurance industry. That's the one that a lot of traditional insurers will have. And we're starting to see DeFi protocols do pieces of this, where they're starting to say they'll take small reinsured pieces of individual policies. The second one is excess of loss insurance, where you effectively say, once we get to a certain level of losses, so we have an FTX situation that happens, and there's now a loss of $1 billion of capital. Well, anything above $1 billion, that risk then is going to go onto somebody else's balance sheet. So that's the other type of reinsurance that you might see. So the question is, why is reinsurance important? Reinsurance allows for the spread of risk amongst a large number of parties. Most insurance companies, so if you're dealing with the traditional worlds of insurance, most insurance companies are laying off anywhere between 50 to 75% of all of their business is actually not held on their balance sheet. It's not held within their individual entity. It's shared amongst a bunch of insurers to effectively minimize that ability of one single event to bring down an industry. Reinsurers it allows for one single insurance company who might have specific risk. We'll take Chainproof, for example, who's a wonderful company writing smart contract insurance. There are reinsurers that can sit behind Chainproof, and it allows the people at Chainproof to do what they do best, which is understand the risk of smart contracts, work with QuantStamp, their parent company, to go through and do audits of the smart contracts and make sure that the validity, make sure that they're safe. And then from there, they take pieces of that risk and they share that off with other people. But in effect, all those reinsurers are benefiting from the expertise that a company like a Chainproof has, where they brought in people who really understand the risk. As a reinsurer, the reinsurer doesn't have to come in and have the expertise to be knowledgeable about the risk they're underwriting. We don't, as a reinsurer, I wouldn't need to know everything about how to underwrite smart contracts. What I do is I rely on someone like Peter to sit down and he prices it, he determines the correct part, but I benefit as a reinsurance company by taking a piece of the risk and leveraging their expertise. Reinsurers allow carriers to dramatically increase their line size, allowing more insurance limit to provide a robust insurance ecosystem. So the reason you put together these collectives, the reason you bring the reinsurance in, is that it allows, because we're sharing the risk across a variety of different people, it allows, instead of having one company be utilizing all their capital on individual risks, it allows more capital to flow into the ecosystem, providing more insurance limits to the buyers and to the people who need it. So I think I saw a couple hands of people who are running DeFi insurance protocols. Okay, so you're a DeFi insurance protocol. You're operating on chain. Generally, you're not regulated, which I personally think is going to be the way most insurance will be 25 years from now. Unfortunately, we're in that hybrid world where that really doesn't work particularly well. And as a DeFi insurance protocol, you generally have a tough time going out to the large insurance carriers that exist in the world and having them provide capacity for you. It's not something that large companies generally want to do who are regulated insurers. So you have to find some type of bridge. There has to be a way as a decentralized insurance protocol to bring that institutional insurance policies and the institutional insurance treaties to your ecosystem to allow you to expand and to build broader limits. Okay, so how do you do that? The main way to do that is through a captive. A captive insurance vehicle is a wholly owned subsidiary insurer that provides risk mitigation services for the parent company or its related entities. So what a captive does is it becomes a regulated insurance vehicle somewhere, and through that regulated insurance vehicle, a DeFi protocol, by establishing that, can then access some type of regulated reinsurance that can then support its overall operation. A couple different types of captives that exist. Single parent captive, which is an individually licensed insurer. The costs are typically between $105,000 to $500,000 a year to establish one of those vehicles. The second type is a segregated account company. You also see them called protected cell companies. Typical cost of running those, and they're often called rent-a-captives, is between $25,000 to $75,000 a year, and that's you setting up just an individual small vehicle within the context of a larger insurance captive company, and that allows you to then buy and access reinsurance from large multinational reinsurers. There are I put down a couple captive providers up there. Artex Risk Solutions, where I used to work, is a large one. Cryptiv is a large one that has just started focusing on the digital asset space. Names, which is my company, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Willis, and a number of others who work in this particular area. The other way, besides working in a captive, is you can actually set up your own insurance company, which is a tremendously beneficial vehicle, but also quite time-consuming, as you can imagine. Fully licensed insurance company can be established in many jurisdictions. You see them in London, Lloyd's of London being a very popular and common one. Bermuda, which is where I'm based, is another jurisdiction that you see fully built insurance companies. Typical cost can be at minimum $250,000 and often as large as $2 million just to set up your individual insurance company. What you typically see now, because of the cost of setting up a full insurance company and the large scale efforts that you have to build that, you typically now see many companies launch originally as a captive and then from there grow into an insurance company. So a little bit about Names, where I work, and our captive solutions. Names is a licensed segregated account company based in Bermuda. As far as I know right now, we're the only licensed captive solution for the ecosystem. So what Names does is we effectively allow DeFi protocols or any sort of entity that needs to have a regulated insurance vehicle. We allow you to come to Names and you set up and build your own regulated vehicle within our segregated account company operating in Bermuda. Now, Names is an on-chain insurance marketplace or insurance platform. So while we have this regulated side that allows you to create this regulated insurance vehicle, what we then do is we have a smart contract, and our smart contract then allows for these individual inflows and outflows of capital to exist in an on-chain format, effectively allowing a DeFi insurance protocol to then be able to have a regulated entity to go out and buy reinsurance. That reinsurance policy, then we take any sort of fiat capital that it needs to be paid, and that fiat is then transferred into USDC or whatever ERC20 currency that you might need your policies to be issued in. And from there, those policies are sit on chain, so you know that we have the on-chain value that is sitting there as an insurance company. And should time of claim come up, we then can pay the insurance out to you via our smart contract. So very much marrying the traditional reinsurance world and insurance world, but doing so all in a novel way, utilizing smart contracts and operating on the Ethereum blockchain. We're currently we're on the Ethereum blockchain. We're very much exploring layer 2s to effectively make this process an easier process and a cheaper process for people to set up these vehicles. But within our smart contract, that's how we manage the entire flow of funds. Names captives can be established to provide cover for registered companies, DeFi protocols, and the third thing we've started to do is we've started to work out with DAOs. If anybody in here is working for a DAO, we've started to see more and more DAOs. You are, okay? We've started to see more and more DAOs trying to figure out how do we buy reinsurance for our entity. As a DAO, you're not an entity, right? You're not in the eyes of the regulated insurance world. You're not an entity. So how do we figure out a way around that? There has to be some way to do so. We've worked with a number of attorneys in Bermuda. Bermuda becoming a very popular jurisdiction for DAOs and as well as other digital asset companies because of the regulation. Coinbase is just set up there. Gemini is in the process of setting up there, et cetera. And so what we've done is we've created something called a company registration by guarantee for DAOs. So what that does is that allows your DAO to have some sort of legal entity that can then go out and establish a reinsurance cell at Names or on a fiat cell if you chose not to do something on chain. And it allows you then to have that vehicle to go out and buy various types of reinsurance to bring more insurance capacity to whatever it is that your DAO is attempting to provide insurance for. Names is crypto native. I put that up there because as far as I know, we're the only regulated crypto native captive provider right now in the insurance industry. I'm sure there are others that are working on different solutions around that, but that's how Names operates, and that's how we allow people to access the reinsurance capacity they need. I thought this was just a funny little blurb to put up there, so I thought I'd stick it up on the screen. I also laugh because it reminds me of most of the Bermuda insurance rooms that I see where gentlemen sitting around in suits transacting insurance and working for an on-chain insurance company. I've certainly seen our world is not that. This is about as dressed up as I get in a given week, and yet when I was working in the traditional insurance world, every day it was a suit and dress shoes. So I appreciated when I saw Maximilian dressed up today, wearing the suit and coat. So you're a DeFi protocol. You're trying to figure out a way to access reinsurance. So the question then comes, what does that mean? So unlike a DeFi protocol who may be working via oracles to provide their insurance coverage and different things like that out there into the ecosystem, if you want to buy regulated reinsurance and access larger amounts of capacity, a reinsurer is going to ask some questions about that because they want to know if they're going to take a piece of your insurance risk, they want to understand what it is, or what are they going to be sharing with and the risk that you're underwriting with your DeFi protocol? How do they go about doing that? So I talked to a friend of mine, Angus Hampton, who's a reinsurance underwriter at Conduit Re, and he said, these are the kind of our three core things that we want to see. The first one is, who are you insuring? What are the types of coverage you're doing? Is it traditional cyber? Is it E&O, or is it new sort of cover? Is it smart contract insurance, ETH slashing risk, et cetera? Okay. The next part is, who's your target market? What is the business size? Are they profit, not for profit? Are there certain regions that you're working in? I mean, maybe you only want to provide slashing risk to individual people who are staking ETH. Okay. Well, great. That's a very small subsegment that you might want to provide insurance for, versus being somebody who wants to provide the smart contract insurance for anybody who has a smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. Well, that's a completely different risk class. So how do we explain that piece? And then what is the average policy limit that you're going to have? And what is the attachment point? Are you going to write from the first dollar, or are you going to write above some sort of retention or deductible? The second thing is, how do you select your insureds? Do you just take everybody that comes in the door? Or do you try and only pick a specific number of insureds? What is your risk selection? Are there some sort of overlaps with the target markets that you're writing? A key one right here in number 2 is underwriting guidelines. Do you have some sort of ethos that you have that is going to allow you to underwrite these policies effectively? And then what are your policy forms? Do you just say, we're going to provide insurance and here's what it is? Or do you have a specific set of terms and conditions? Because even if you look at a number of the DeFi protocols that are writing this type of risk, a Nexus mutual policy, for example, you're going to see terms and conditions that sit within that policy. A reinsurer, if they're going to share in this type of risk, they want to know what that is. They want to have some sort of understanding as to how that works. And the third part, which is obviously core to any reinsurer who wants to support your enterprise, because they're going to share in the risk with you, is how profitable can you underwrite this business? If you have existing business, what are the losses? What is the premium history? And what is your loss ratio? A typical insurance company operating right now in the regulated world is going to run a loss ratio between 35 cents to 50 cents of every dollar that they bring in premiums paid out in claims. Another 35 to 40 cents are going to be paid out as expenses. Maybe it's claims handling, maybe it's the underwriters, maybe it's fun trips to the D1 conference. Or what is that? What's going to happen with that? But then ultimately, how's that loss ratio translating? If it's a new business, if it's something you've never underwritten before, we had a company approach us and they want to provide effectively a captive reinsurance vehicle to do end-to-end insuring for end-to-end transactions for payroll companies who are doing all their payroll on chain. So effectively, they're paying all their members in USDC. They wanted to make sure that there was a guarantee that when that payroll went out, that it was going to go from one wallet to the next. They wanted to make sure that was insured. And so they sat down with us and they explained to us, this is what their loss ratio is. But then these are sort of the industry benchmarks that they had around that wallet to wallet transaction, and how often have those wallet transactions failed? How often have there been losses? And then what is the likelihood that claims are going to come in those? So that's an important part of what they want to do. The next part is the actuarial model. If you happen to have it, and there's actually 2 new companies that have started providing actuarial models to decentralized insurance protocols who are interested in creating their own actuarial model. If you can have that, that will help you price your insurance. And finally, the aggregate claims totals. And then specifically, I put on this last one here, I put a large claims loss run. So if you're new to this space and you're trying to provide insurance, or you're looking at different insurance solutions, one of the core things is, what is that large claim that's going to happen? It's a great insurance company based in Bermuda called Realm Insurance. Realm paid out claims in the FTX situation. They had a number of directors and officers policies that were tied up as part of that and ended up paying claims. So if you looked at their large loss run, that's where it would come from. Okay. What reinsurance solutions can provide? A treaty of insurance spreads risk across a variety of parties. Direct access to third-party capital can provide risk capital for a company's balance sheet to effectively allow you to scale. Within names, we're working with 2 new funds. So on top of traditional reinsurance entities that are coming into the space and trying to provide support, There's two new funds that we're working with that are starting, a fund called ACG and a second one called MCM. Both of those funds are launching in 2024. So if you're a DeFi protocol, I think I saw somebody in the back who has a DAO they're working with. If you're looking to access third-party capital to grow your insurance platform, these are two funds that are investable funds for anybody who wants to invest their fund behind different insurance protocols. They have that ability to help provide some of the capital that you might need. And there are a number of Lloyd's-based German and Bermuda insurance carriers interested in creating reinsurance solutions for people who are providing insurance in this space. Conclusion, we have a great ability to scale the insurance that's available to the digital asset ecosystem. We have the ability to, we now, which we didn't have 2 years ago, we have the ability for any sort of insurance protocol that's starting up on chain, we have the ability to bring traditional capital, traditional reinsurers to you. That didn't exist 2 years ago. That allows us to scale the limits that are available. So when we have that next big blowout, and to be honest, we're all in the digital asset ecosystem, we all know it's going to come. When that next major loss comes, my hope is that we start to see more insurance come in place and start to protect the industry from that. That was one of the core things that came out of when I was reading about FTX's situation, who, by the way, was brokered by Aon, the place that I used to work. When I talked to them about the insurance limits they bought, they were telling me how low they were. I think it was $7.5 million was the total amount of insurance they bought for the directors and officers policy, which is absurdly low. To give you some idea, you might see 400 to 500 million for a typical Fortune 500 company, which is effectively the size that FTX was, right? So how do we fix that? Well, there was virtually nobody who was willing to insure them, number one, but there was nobody willing to reinsure them. We're now starting to build these structures that allow reinsurance and this spread of risk to exist out there. We're actually working on a project with Aon where they will launch a vehicle within the names ecosystem and buy a large bucket of reinsurance to provide excess directors and officers insurance to any of the companies that need to have it and or want to be able to buy. Okay. We need to continue to bring talent into the ecosystem to do this. We're trying to bring more traditional insurance people in. So that's one of the core things that we want to see in the future. And we need to work on risk sharing. We need to realize that unlike going to the casino where you all want to put it on black, we need to share that risk amongst a bunch of people. By doing this, this allows us to grow the ecosystem. It allows us to grow the limits. It makes us look and feel much more established. And for, as we see more and more institutions getting involved, that's going to be a consistent question that they have, which is, what do you have to protect you on the back end should something go wrong? And that's one of the core themes that we want to see in the reinsurance ecosystem. I'll take any questions if you have. If not, feel free to reach out to me. There's my email, adam@names. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Telegram. Always happy to chat with anybody about this. That's what I do. My day job is I'm business development for Names, but I also spend a lot of time talking about how do we grow the digital asset ecosystem and insurance. Any questions at all?
Thank you, Adam.
Impressive presentation, long presentation. I come up with a few questions. We talked about reinsurance. One of my friends in flight industry and airlines insurance, and says that if an aircraft crash, the amount of insurance is that much higher as a portion of GDP of some countries. And they have resilience insurance, like reinsurance. And to solve this problem, this propagate the insurance contract to other insuring companies outside that country, because he says that if the reinsurance contract are referring to each insuring company inside one country, maybe with two aircraft crash, all of them go bankrupt. And in crypto ecosystem, I think, is there any, the question is, is there any way to we propagate the risk of something like FTX, USDC depegging, because all of them will happen in a short period of time, close together. Is there any way to propagate this kind of risk to other parts of the world outside of the crypto ecosystem? Did you find a way?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
So
second question, why did you just for my personal view, if you want to answer, why did you register in Bermuda, not like Bahamas or Belize?
I'll answer the second question first, because that's the easy one since I've been in Bermuda. So Bermuda has there's really three main insurance ecosystems in the United States, in the United States. There are three, including one in the United States. New York tends to be one of the largest insurance ecosystems. It's out there. Lloyd's in the UK, Lloyd's of London being kind of the core focus. And then Bermuda. Bermuda, if you look on our lovely little website for our small little island of 22 miles, we call ourselves the risk capital of the world. And the reason is a large amount of the reinsurance that's done throughout the globe, be it Japanese earthquake, anywhere else in the globe, there's often those policies are reinsured back to insurance companies that sit within Bermuda. It literally has the largest collection of reinsurers anywhere in the globe. Short of potentially our German friends who are here who have some great large balance sheets as well, but we have huge balance sheets in Bermuda. So Bermuda has been a long-term insurance jurisdiction going back to the 80s. However, in 2018, Bermuda launched a second license called the Digital Asset Business License. And you've probably seen it, or anybody who's looking at regulated vehicles, digital asset vehicles. Bermuda, because of that license, has become very popular for different companies to set up. XBTO was one of the early adopters that set up there. Bittrex was an early company that set up there. Just recently, Coinbase has announced their derivatives exchange, which is launched in Bermuda roughly 3 months ago. Gemini is going to be setting up an entity there, amongst others. The amount of digital companies that are putting some sort of regulatory platform within Bermuda is huge. So for us, being an insurance company who's operating in the digital asset space, we got a digital asset business license to do crypto native insurance. And we got the Innovative Insurers General Business License, which allows us to do innovative insurance. So that's why we chose Bermuda. In terms of building insurance treaties, which is what you're talking about, which is this spread of risk amongst everybody in there, reinsurance generally does not need to have a geographic or regulated specific area that it works within. So for example, we have somebody here from Hanover Re. Hanover is one of the world's largest reinsurers. They insure around the globe, whether you're buying insurance here in Turkey somewhere, or insurance in the United States, or insurance in Sweden. At some point, that risk is probably being shared with a company like a Hanover. And so as a result, historically, with an FTX situation at that point, there really wasn't this availability to spread the risk because there were very few companies who were underwriting it. Over the last 18 months, we've seen a number of these reinsurance companies who've started to take interest in this space. Companies beyond Hanover, companies like Munich Re and Sampo, who support companies like Chainproof. We see companies like Arch, who is a big supporter of a company called Evertas, which is writing in the space. And so these large established reinsurers are looking at the space saying, we want to be involved potentially in those risks, but we also want the premiums from those risks. So now you have the ability to build a portfolio of insurers to reinsure that individual risk, provided you have an insurance company, provided you have some sort of entity that allows you to buy reinsurance. Once you have that entity, a reinsurance broker, Guy Carpenter, being a large one, Aon, both of which we have great relationships with, and I can certainly happily make introductions. Those companies now can go out and build reinsurance portfolios and reinsurance support for you, depending upon what the risk is. Of course, the reinsurer has to understand what it is you're doing, and that's where I talked about how do you build your reinsurance or submit your reinsurance. But that is kind of the new way things are working.
So from your perspective, blockchain or crypto is more your market or your infrastructure?
Yeah, it's more our infrastructure, to be honest. So we use it in two ways. One, we have the ability, and so we have 3 companies that are currently launched underneath our vehicle, 2 of which are going to write smart contract cover. A third one is going to be writing A third one is going to be writing cyber insurance. So effectively hacks of personal information, different things like that. So that's one angle that we have. But the second angle is we use it as an infrastructure play. So we're able to write, I think travel insurance was mentioned here. People at EtherRisk, we have a company that's set up underneath us called Koala. Koala in effect provides travel cancellation cover for ferries and different other travel cancellation vehicles, doing that in USDC denominated and USDC backed policies. So that's a second vehicle. So we effectively have two ways that we use it. So we use it as an infrastructure play in the second way, but we're also able to write policies denominated in USDC, policies denominated in ETH, policies denominated in effectively, you know, any sort of cryptocurrency, and doing so in a regulated fashion.
Okay, thank you so much. We are already a bit late in time. Is there any last question which can be made in one sentence and answered in one sentence?
I was that long-winded, huh?
I give it a try. Thank you very much. My question is, what changed in the last 3 to 5 years? Because 3 years ago, if you ask a reinsurance company, they said like, oh no, taking on different insurance risks within the crypto space is not spreading the risk because we still see the risk of the entire ecosystem failing. So it wouldn't be, reinsurance wouldn't be risk mitigation because the entire ecosystem will fail. So reinsurance wasn't a thing for the crypto space. What changed in the last 3 to 5 years that you now believe this a crypto only reinsurance is a viable model?
There are more companies who are doing it. And frankly, the big boys have come to town. The JP Morgans of the world have said, we need to have this in place. And when JP Morgan is your client and JP Morgan says, here's $500 million, go make this work, you figure out a way to make it work.
Okay, thank you so much.
One sentence, I got it in one sentence.
Perfect. You're great. Thank you so much, Adam. We are a bit late in time, but I think we will catch up. Still, we have planned our first break in the morning for now. Let's make it a bit shorter, 10 minutes, and let's start again with the talks at 11:20 with Marco InEther. He's already here. Hello, Marco, and prepare your presentation, and then we start in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, and have a break.
Okay, everyone, please go back to your seats. We're going to start the second block. Okay. Okay. So we're starting our second block of presentations, which will be about staking and slashing risks. And our first speaker is Marco InEther, who is from the SSV DAO. And he's describing himself as a decentralization and DBT evangelist. He's going to talk about insurance in the Ethereum staking system.
Hey everyone, we're glad to be here. As I've been introduced, I'm Marco. I'm currently a contributor to SSV DAO. We are developing technologies to de-risk staking, in a sense. And I've been involved in various staking projects since 2020, and I'm not really working in insurance right now, but my background is in finance and investing and financial derivatives. Yeah, how does it work with the slides, please? Oh, perfect. So yeah, and today I'll be talking about staking, exploring different staking risks, and how the new tech that we and others are developing will help to de-risk it, and what will this unlock. So why do we need insurance in staking ecosystem? That's the first thing. Then what risks need to be insured and to be reasoned about by the insurers? And how will new staking tech impact and help with mitigating these risks? Okay, so anyway, how many of you are in staking, either insuring staking or are familiar with staking, running staking machines? Yeah, I would guess it's a significant part of the industry, or it's something that is getting hot. So, and this is why we need insurance in Ethereum staking. It's to separate, basically to separate return on capital from the risk premium. Why is this important, and what will this unlock? This will unlock and helps to unlock more institutional adoption. Staked ETH is potentially a very interesting asset for traditional institutions, but the problem is the institutions do not really have the tools or the know-how to assess this risk. So if they can't assess, it's very hard for them to offer this to their clients, and they're also coming together with the insurance. If I'm a big traditional company and I can buy insurance on the staking asset, I can de-risk this asset and package it into other products for my clients. I can offer it to my clients or create products out of it, such as staked ETF, basically Ethereum ETF made up of staked ETH. This is very interesting because it can offer additional yield to the issuer and also to the buyer of this product. And there also, maybe it depends on the jurisdiction, regulatory unlocks. Basically, if you are a big traditional player in the financial ecosystem, the regulators want you to be insured and basically offer products to your clients that are safe. So mostly what I'll be talking about different risks, types of the risks. that are connected with staking, and how does the technology we are developing affect them. So there is a risk of availability, of going offline. And this risk is low impact, but medium probability. You can see a lot being said about this risk, but I'll not really go too much into it because although it happens from time to time, it is very low impact. It's not really a risk that that is very important. What is important is accidental slashing. This can cause basically a significant loss of capital. And this is medium impact because this is a risk that can be contained. If it's an accidental slashing, it has happened in the past. It's usually 1 up to 10% of the capital, which is not small, obviously, but it's not massive. And then there is a blackmail risk of the actual validator keys being stolen. This is depending on the security practices. This is, let's say, low probability, very low probability, but this is a very high impact. This is the most important risk to be insured and to be reasoned about, in my opinion, because this can result in this is a nightmare basically for somebody offering the services, because it can result in the loss up to 90% of the capital. Basically, because the attacker, somebody who sells the keys, they can blackmail you and they can basically slash you arbitrarily unless you pay up, unless you pay them. Of course, it's not so easy, but this is basically a situation nobody wants to get to. Then there are second classes of risks that are not that are also connected with staking, but are not specific to staking, but are specific to other crypto projects as well. It's a smart contract risk, medium high impact, low probability. Basically, depending on the smart contract, if the staking protocol has a smart contract, then this is obviously a risk in the system. A client risk, basically the software vulnerability, the software that is running the staker can be affected. And there is also economic risk. This only applies to the protocols that have on-chain governance. So if we are talking about traditional finance, it doesn't really apply to that too much if you are a big company and you are just purchasing staking, but it applies to liquid staking derivatives. Okay, so now I have went through the risks. Now let's look at the tech that we are developing and how it helps the insurers and basically the whole ecosystem. Let me just give you a quick primer and what are its implications of this new tech. The new technology that is especially useful for staking is DVT and DKG. That stands for distributed validator tech and distributed key generation. And the important word here is the first one, the distributed. Basically, as you see on the left, the Ethereum logo that represents one validator. And with these technologies, it's possible to basically spread out the one validator and have basically some kind of you can think about it as a multi-sig for the validator, which means every operator in the network, everyone who runs the nodes, they don't really have the full validation key, they only have part of the key, and they need to agree on everything that the validator will do. So this ensures high uptime and no slashing. Let me go more into the implications for this, because that's what's important for the staking industry and for the insurance industry. For validator now, for staking to be affected and to go offline or be slashed, multiple operators need to collude together or go offline, which is not impossible, but the probability of this is orders of magnitude lower. Let me just put it more in the probability terms and in the investment terms. If we have probability as of slashing, that a validator will get slashed within a specific time frame, the if we take the same probability and we use these technologies, the DVT and DKG, the probability will be to the power of C, which is the cluster threshold. To give an example, so it's more clear and more simple. If there is 1 in 1,000 chance that there is some problem with the validator, if it is and it gets slashed, if this probability of slashing is 1 in 1,000, but you will be using these technologies, the new probability will be 1 in 1,000,000 instead of 1 in 1,000. So basically 6 orders of magnitude smaller, or 1,000,000 times smaller. So yeah, this is a huge deal, and this really helps everyone in the ecosystem, especially in the insurance ecosystem and the staking protocols, to risk them, assess the risk, and remove most of it. So let's look at what risks. How does the risk profile changes? So what do we improve? What do we improve by much? We improve the availability risk, as I've said. Like right now, as with slashing, as I've talked about slashing, it is this slide. I talked about slashing because slashing is the elephant in the room. But the same example works perfectly well for availability. So for practical reasons, we remove the risks. We remove this risk. Also, accidental slashing, as I've said before, this is also almost removed. Bribery attack, this is the same kind of a thing. This is, I think, the one risk that I, as an insurer, would be focused on the most. The basically what is the security of the operators who are actually running the staking machines, because this is a very high impact risk, in my opinion. This is the largest risk out there. And with this DVT and DKG tech, the attacker would need to bribe or basically hack not just one server that is running the staking keys, but at least three, depending on the cluster, 3 or more. So yeah, these risks all are extremely lowered. The smart contract risk, as I've said, it may be increased, it may be not, it depends on the implementation. Client risk, I would argue it kind of stays the same, and economic risks it may be increased, but it depends. If I'm talking to here, depends on your business. If your business is just staking and offering staking services, these risks don't apply. But if it's an LSD pool, these risks do. But they kind of stay the same, and the previous ones are really removed or almost removed. So I think this is a big thing, because these new technologies will really help to significantly de-risk the space. And they also, what I think maybe even more important thing is the risks themselves become much more easy to reason about from the perspective of investor. From the perspective of an insurer, yes, you may be able to basically assess the security of your client who is offering staking services. But if your client is a big insurance fund who is basically who is taking the ETH with some third party, and you as an insurer need to assess the security of the third party, that may be a very hard thing, because it's a black box. Like the operator that is running the staking, they don't necessarily want to share with you their security practices, from the obvious reasons as not to expose them. But that also becomes a problem for the insurer, because now if you don't know, or it's hard to assess the security practices of the company that is offering staking services to your client, it may be very hard to reason about. So, and now you don't, even if one of the operators that your client is using gets compromised, nothing happens. Basically, there is no slashing, there is no bribery, nothing. So I think this is a huge thing. And yeah, as I've talked in the first slide, I think this will help unlock institutional staking, and this will proliferate the staking industry. Okay, so thanks everyone for listening in, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. You can check my Twitter. I have done some writing on these things, on the DVT, DKG, and their impact on the business part, and I have all of that on my Twitter. So yeah, that would be all for me, and happy to take questions. Yeah. We are a technology company. We don't work directly with the clients or companies like that. But as I've shown in this slide, it all boils down to you as an insurer need to assess the probability of something bad happening. This is a very, if you use this kind of attack, or if your clients use this kind of attack, it's a very easy, I would say. I mean, there are caveats, but in general, it's easy to reason about, because now instead of, you have a redundancy. Now, instead of one operator going down, 3 of them need to go down at the same time. So basically, whatever the probability is, you multiply them by itself. You basically take it to the power of, depending on the cluster, you take it to the power of 3, 6, 9. Yeah.
So I have 2 questions. The first one is this bribery is quite a discussed topic, that you can in principle steal a validator key and then bribe somebody, or otherwise, threat him for slashing. Is there a known case where this already happened? So I think it's a very legit risk factor, but I never heard that it really happened. This would be my first question. And the second is there any estimation when DVT will be, I think it will be standard in 1, 2, 3 years. Can you estimate how much of ETH will be then staked with DVT solutions, and how much more ETH will flow into the staking ecosystem?
Yes. So to the first part of your question, to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't happened in any major way. I mean, the bribery attack. It's like this elephant in the room, which I'm really afraid of, which hasn't happened yet, because even accidental slashing is easier to reason about and doesn't have such a big impact. And I mean, I would be interested to see a case like this, because of course there is like, you need to haggle with someone, right? Like, give me some of the money or I'll slash you, etc. It's not so easy to pull off, but potentially if this happens, like, the attacker can basically like slash everything, slash all the funds that is available. But yeah, I haven't really heard of this yet in a major way. But I would be afraid, especially like with the big operators that have big name, that it can happen, because like, even if the attacker asks like 10 or 20%, like if they have millions or 100 millions under operations, yeah, it's reasonable for the operator to pay up if they can. That's what attacker needs to like take into consideration if the insurer actually can pay it up, not the insurer or the stake operator. And you had the last question. What will be the proliferation and what is the status right now? Maybe it's good to give the status. Right now, our solution at Adamson network is live. There are over 1,000 validators being run. 1,000, that's like 32,000 ETH. So yeah, that's like what, $60 million at today's prices. So that's already in the protocol. It's going fully permissionless by the end of the year or Q1 next year, and that's also for the main competitors. And I would imagine it's a new technology, so it will take some time. But we see a huge interest and huge uptick. So I would venture to say that in like 3 to 5 years, 20 to 60% of the funds will be run by this.
One last question.
Thank you. Nice presentation. This is quite a new technology, and you talked about the elephant in the room with slashing. Why slashing is not a big, seeing how many Ether are staked and how many are slashed, I don't think it's such a big number for me. While node operator, if he wants to de-risk DBT such as SSV or OBOL, isn't he adding complexity into his infrastructure? What leads actually to more failure as to being slashed, for example, because you only can get slashed once. But if this one OBOL cluster is getting wrecked, I think the risk of losing more could be higher.
Yeah, so there are 2 points of this. I completely agree with the first one. Accidental slashing, like we have not seen this to be such a big issue until now, and I don't think that's the main thing that is the issue. To the second point, yes and no. Yes, it's adding complexity. I think the main dependency it is adding is that for both OBOL and SSV, there is right now only one client, but we realize this, OBOL, they also realize it, and there is already either a talks or a work. There are other clients in the pipeline planned for both solutions, because this is like the big thing. Another thing is the advantage is, yes, you have this one thing which you need to decentralize in the software part, like the client, the DBT client itself. But then what is more decentralized is like the whole rest of the stack. Basically, then the whole cluster can be run with different beacon chain, execution layer, etc., etc. So yeah, I think this is what needs to improve. It adds complexity, but I think in time it doesn't matter. In time, meaning if we have some years in operation, and once we have more than one client, I think it's a no-brainer. Till then, yes, it's a kind of a give and take. You are increasing the risk of the software on the software part in the first year, let's say, or years of the solution until we have more clients, but you are basically removing this bribery risk attack and slashing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marco. The next presentation will be from my colleague, Dr. Peter Bärnreuther, who is the Chief Underwriting Officer of Chainproof, and he will talk about slashing risk.
Thank you. As Isabel already mentioned, I'm the Chief Underwriting Officer of Chainproof. In this presentation, I want to show some past incidents, what's happened, what mitigation strategies, and talk about insurance solutions. Is there somebody who has no idea about slashing and what it is? Okay, everybody has a basic understanding. The main risk, especially in Ethereum, is that we have validators who are validating the blockchain, and they are running with the same keys. Because I just noticed we don't have any introduction slide on that one. So perhaps allow me one slide about Chainproof. I made it very quick. So Chainproof sees as a regulated insurance company, so more like a traditional insurance company who insures new risks. So we are insuring slashing risks. We, for example, have written policies with Luga nodes and with Kiln. and smart contracts risk as well. You have some wonderful partners. One is Sompo, second largest Japanese insurance, Munich Re, the world largest reinsurance companies, and Quantstamps, the leading Web3 security partner. So, and we are profiting from the knowledge of all of these partners, and together we profit and bring it to the market within Chainproof. So what slashing events happened so far? I had to update this slide two days ago, because 2 days ago, 99 nodes were slashed. So when already everybody thought it's not a hot topic anymore, just 2 days ago, the largest slashing event ever happened. So nowadays, I think we're exactly at 400 slashing events, which happened in the last 3 years. Still not huge, but we are only like 3 years in the run. And the network is currently running 800 validators. So if we want to have some probability of a slashing event that are certain validators slashed, if we looked at it, we have like 440 ETH were lost at these slashing events, divided by 3 years, divided by 200 validators, we get a very small number. And when we're talking to node operators about insurance, they always argue, well, nothing happens. So why we should pay basically more than a very small percentage, and this would, for mid-sized node operator, be perhaps 1,000, 2,000 euros. You can imagine if you go to insurance company and say, I want to insurance about 100 million assets under staked, and I'm prepared to pay 2,000, it's not gonna happen. So let's review how the insurance companies views this, is looking into this problem, and about past incidents and some challenges which we have. So we are looking basically if we are insuring risks. There are basically two scenarios. The first scenario, we have a lot of data. For example, car insurance, we have data since 40 years. Where we, of course, we have to adjust them. There are no more electric cars. There's with climate change less snow, but in the end, we have very good data, and it's more about the details to get it right. In comparison with new risks, and one mental model to try to capture these kinds of new risks is to separate it into 3 different buckets. We have one, the basis losses. These are the losses which are not really relevant but happen very often. Then we have the large losses, which is really a substantial loss. Yeah, this would be like one node operator gets heavily slashed. We as an insurer, we would then have to pay out basically the full sum insured or a very large amount for us. And then we have the catastrophic losses, where basically the whole Ethereum network breaks down, or let's say 10, 20, 30% of all validators get slashed, which is basically catastrophic event. And from an insurance point of view, probably all our policies would lose. We would have a loss at all of these policies. But can these really happen? Is always the question, these large losses and catastrophic losses. I mean, they never happen. Or did they? I don't know. But no, they happened. Not many people know about it, because the impact was then slow, but we were very close. And I want to discuss about some cases of these. The first one is, it's already like 3 years ago, where at this time there was only the Prism validator, and it had a bug. Basically, it calculated the time, which is as an average of 6 different sources, and one of the sources was off by 1 day. So it was basically running 4 hours delayed, and so the Prism validator got confused, and there were much less attestations as there should be. A hotfix was introduced with a team And this hotfix contained a bug so that over 3,000 validators were slashed, luckily for everybody on the testnet. So it was a testnet run case, but it's not, you cannot say that this can not happen on mainnet. An example two, I think this is a very typical example. One node operator tried to improve his setup to get basically 100% of the attestation rate. Usually the uptime is more like 99.5%. He wanted to get to 100. He as well tested all the changes in the canary environment, but at production in the mainnet, it behaved differently. And these validators, they restarted much more quickly. And since they had the Prism slashing prevention database disabled, never a good idea, to be honest, these validators sent a second version of the same block. You had the double signing event and then got slashed. More than 100 Ether lost. So 200,000, you can argue this is already quite a loss. All of these examples and even more are at our blog. So I selected here 6 examples. At our blog, I think it's 9 or 10 examples. So if you're interested in more examples, check out our website. An interesting one here as well, again on a testnet, luckily, but a fuzzer, so somebody who tries to break the network, created 2 invalid blocks, so 2 blocks which should be not accepted by the beacon clients, but it was. And so the network split into 3 parts. Yeah, on the testnet, not critical, but on the mainnet, this would basically destroyed Ethereum is a hard word, but basically you would have 3 different canonical chains, and then there must, it's tough to get a real consensus out of it. 4th example, this is was an interesting one, which just happened like half a year ago, that validator key at the duplication of validity keys in 2 different active clusters caused here a slashing event of 11 validators. So it was a Lido validator where the quality is usually really high. And this was a really strange bug. Even in the post-mortem, it's tough to understand it. But basically they deleted it, they deleted the keys, they rebooted it, and somehow there was a strange interaction with a validator client, so that they re-imported these keys again, and then basically the 2 times the key was online, and these led to the slashing events. The last 2, this is a crazy one, because somebody, and I don't know if it was an external attack, like a DDoS attack on the Ethereum network, or it was purely by accident. Suddenly the network was flooded by attestations which were correct but very old. And 3 out of the 4 major Ethereum clients had to recomputate a lot of beacon states. And this needed a lot of computational powers, so that they suffered from resource exhaustion due to this expensive operation, and they could not fulfill the requests of the validator clients in a timely manner. So basically, 3/4 of the networks were off, and Ethereum went into league mode. It was only short, and through this quadratical formula, not much ETH was lost. But we really had already a leak mode where Ethereum could not finalize for, I don't know, 1 hour or 2 hours, which is a critical event for Ethereum. Last one, I think as well a typical setup. You have a primary system, you have a secondary system, your primary system went down. Again, Lido operator just last month, they brought up the fallback system, and the fallback system had a Web3 signer, but this hadn't enabled a slashing protection database. Is here 20 is slashed, and I'm looking forward to the postmortem from the event, which just happened like 2 or 3 days ago, where we will then know more why 100 validator were slashed. So perhaps back to our insurance mindset. These basis losses, this can be configuration error from smaller staker, home staker, as well node operator who have are very quick in monitoring, seeing I'm getting slashed after 2 ETH, I'm shutting down my whole network. I think we have a good understanding of them because there were like 150 events. So one might be able to insure it, but it doesn't make sense because it's just not a financial impact for the node operators. So we are really interested in the large losses and catastrophic losses. In the large losses, examples of these would be operational failure, external hacks, yeah, or steals validating keys. We had just had this in Marco's talk. An internal employee goes through. And I would argue it happened like 5 times in the last 3 years, so they really happen. But until now, we were a little bit lucky. It was only like low to medium severity. I would argue you can that there are 2 medium events already. And then we have the catastrophic losses like validator, software bugs, execution blind bugs, failure of the whole underlying Ethereum network, DVT, distribution validator, technology, question mark, could introduce new risks, overloading consensus with Eigenlayer, question mark. I have to make my own research there. Leak mode. I would argue here as well that several events happened. Nothing either with low severity, not many Ether were lost, but definitely is a risk there. So these basis losses, we basically calculated the percentage here. I didn't update it. I know the big question for us, of course, how large are the large losses and catastrophic losses, and how often do they happen? And of course, nobody knows. But what can we do better? Or where we, as an insurance industry, where we have to learn more. We have to, yeah, where we have to learn. And the challenges are high technical complexity, even for cyber underwriter, even if you're very deep in the system, yeah, these DBT solutions and so on, it's really complex. The data quality is generally good, but the data quantity, it's just not there with 3 years. And a challenge is as well the accumulation risk. Yeah, if we put in leak mode in every our policies, then and there's a leak mode event, we have this catastrophic event that we have to pay out in all our policies. We have to avoid that. Same with software bugs, validators, clients, execution clients, and of course the failure of the underlying Ethereum network. But how to overcome these challenges now? Mitigate slashing risk and get the insurance costs down. So data is a good point because it will improve over time. So in 3 or 5 years, we will have much more data, as well technical improvements. So DVT, even if more research is necessary, and I would like to see the results from testnet and mainnet. Yeah, there will be technical improvements, and we will get down the slashing risk. Insurance specifics, I think we still have to exclude this catastrophic risk. We leak mode, there's just no way around it. And we always need alignment of interest to self-insured retention, loss participation. I think this is just standard clausula. What can node operators do, or what we really like to see? Of course, that they're doing an awesome job at the infrastructure setup. Node operators have in general as well to help us in the education. We like to see this ISO and SOC 2 certification. We like as well to see specialized slashing specific infrastructure audit, especially from QuantStamp. And then following specialized slashing prevention best practices for example, there's a great initiative in Lido, which is called DUC, and our next talk will be exactly about that.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Thanks for the great talk. At the beginning, what I liked was the quantification about how many slashing is happening. So, how, like you from Chain Proof and the chief underwriting officer, how are you trying to shape a policy if they come to you? On what kind of dimensions are you looking, for example, to quantify policy?
You might mean to quantify the risk, or?
Yes.
Yeah. So we basically rely on an infrastructure audit done by our partner Bonstamp, who's looking exactly. So within smart, perhaps a little bit about the difference between smart contract audit and infrastructure audit. In a smart contract audit, it has 1,000 lines. So you can go through every line by line and then decide, is the smart contract secure or not? Infrastructure always changes. And you never can basically audit, or it would be extremely challenging to audit the whole infrastructure. So we build automatic scanners who basically, I would say, cover like 50–60%. And if you see that their setup is really great, they did their Docker Kubernetes setup in the right manner, they set all the right flags, then usually you can already determine, okay, the team is very, very good. And we have seen basically both sides, very, very good audits and not so good audits. And then you already know if the team, the whole team behind them is making a good job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. I liked basically the cases you mentioned and how you think about those risks. Have you had some protocols, actually like some DeFi protocols, approach you about explicitly insuring them as well? From my understanding, like your main clients are probably funds or basically some big stakers. But if this was also on the table, if you are.
You mean in slashing insurance?
Yes,
yeah.
Slashing insurance, like
yeah.
overall staking
yeah.
insurance.
Yeah, we usually talk with node operators because we anyway want to know them. We want to do so the best clients for us are always node operators who are asked by their clients to get insurance. I mean, insurance is costly, so why should you buy it? Because you get more business, that's the answer. So, and usually node operators, there are some node operators who specifically want to have institutional money, and every institution has a compliant officer who then asks, do you have insurance? And if your answer is no, it's a little bit difficult for them. So basically this is the main motivation for them to buy insurance, that they get more business from institutional clients.
Okay, thank you. So it's operators is not really any protocols. There are no like risk-focused DeFi protocols. I mean, like LSD protocols or staking protocols.
I mean, the problem which we have, for example, with Lido, I mean, we would insure Lido, but they have like 37 different operators currently. And from our mindset, we would have to make an audit at every 37 of them. But there as well liquid staking protocols with like only 5 node operators, where it's much more realistic. Yeah? Because in principle, we like it. It's a diversified risk by itself. So we are eager to do it, but yeah, it's more complicated than doing it with a single node operator.
Thank you.
We have to make our mind up. So the question was, there are like initiatives like Eigenlayer, where you can then use your staked ETH to restake and give security to another chain or protocol. We will have to think, it will increase the risk, but since the return is as well increased for the restakers, they can as well pay a little bit more. we have to make up our mind. Since Eigenlayer is not live yet, so in my understanding, we still have a little bit time, but this will be a hot topic, yeah. Sure. Sure. We are basically doing slashing insurance not only for Ethereum, but as well for Cosmos and Polkadot. And yeah, we are always eager to try new things and explore here.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. I'd like to invite our next two speakers on stage. We have Antonio Bartulovic and Julian Ueding from Lionscraft. And as Peter already introduced their talk already, they're going to talk about duck. So I think we're all very...
Well, thank you, Peter, for introducing as well, and thank you, Marco, for the talk, because they are kind of like connected. I want to start the talk now a bit differently with a little story, and want to check if you listen close to the talk of Peter.
When I see this, and what we will talk about is like, how can you assault, how many risks do you have, and how can you mitigate them?
So
our goal, who are we targeting? On one side, we are targeting operators who like want to become better. On the other hand, we target SME guys like insurance companies. To understand the risks
and how the risks can be mitigated, to give you as well a guidance, how can you deal with it? And that is what this framework is about. It consists like of three major components. One component is, of course, like a risk register where we identify the risk. As Marco said, we have the smart contract risk, slashing risk, like we have the risk of not being available, for example, but there are many more. And if a slash happens, it could be from one side be operational, or it can be a software bug, for example. And what we are trying to do is like say like, hey, risks are there, they are normal, deal with it. So that's why we have as well mitigation in place. So this kind of framework should be not like a standard set where it's more like a framework or a lessons learned where you can have a look. Hey, this happened already to the community. What can I do as a node operator to deal with it actually? And as Peter said, I want to check the post-mortem, how you should communicate to the outside and as well from the inside. And that's the three key elements what we're going to have dealing with this network, framework, sorry.
Yes, then taking over, maybe let's step a little bit back and imagine you being a node operator, right? You want to kind of run your infrastructure. You actually need to deal with the three dimensions in your setup. If you look on the infrastructure side, you need to decide, do you run on cloud? Do you run bare metal? How do you set up your recovery system? And that goes on to the application layer, right? We have now lots of applications that you need to consider as an operator that by design reduce risk, like DVT just presented. But as we said, right, new applications that mitigate risk, increase complexity, and therefore also to some extent increase risk from a different vector. And on the application level, you see that it's nowadays client complexity there. You have execution consensus clients. You need to decide with a remote signer how you set it up, the slashing protection. There's lots of topics you need to consider while setting up your operation system. On the technical side, that is the one portion of it, but then it also comes to the operations, right? So how do you actually make sure that the way you operate your validator, you operate it in a secure way, and you paid enough attention on relevant risks that are inherent to your operations, right? So if you are a node operator, you need to consider all these topics, and what you would do as a next step, right? You would kind of check online what is there, what's best practice, how are other people doing it, and if you do that now, you would find the knowledge. It is to some extent it is already there, but you would find it in very fragmented and in a spread way. So we would have like podcasts, we would have blogs, we would have knowledge bases from eStaker, for instance. They have a great knowledge base on basic, like how to what's the basic setup you need. But all that is very, very decentralized, which we like in Ethereum, but maybe for knowledge, not so much. And we actually want to consolidate that, and on top of that, get the knowledge that is currently hidden in the very professional node operations on how to set up their system, right? So the Duck initiative is exactly that, trying to consolidate the knowledge that is currently available. Maybe let's take a little bit of a look on who we partnered up with to achieve that goal. We have three components of inherent or included in this Duck initiative. So we want to start with the node operation risk framework, as Antonio mentioned. And for that, we have a great partners with Chainproof and Constamp that will kind of help us on putting together kind of a risk view on the operations. The mitigation and controls library, we will work together with Lido operators and volunteers around the ecosystem, because we actually want to make sure that we don't reduce diversity, but give options on how to set up your system depending on what your size is, your location, your methodologies, so that we actually foster the diversity that is currently already there. And the communication toolkit is then the third part that we will also create with this team together. So we are really happy to have these experts on board, and gonna kick this initiative off by mid of December, roughly. And these to create these three components, we would plan around 4 months in time. So we are really curious to create this content together with the partners and anybody who's actually interested in contributing to this content. And yeah.
Last content, just like that was Julian Ueding, and my name is Antonio Bartulovic. We are both from Lionscraft who are helping to shape this initiative. This initiative, as we mentioned, is not something what we're building by ourselves, hidden. It's an open initiative, bootstrapped as well by Lido. And if you want to have a look how the proposal look like, I invite you to scan the left code. Or if you want to be part of this initiative, maybe as a reviewer or have a first look on it, scan the right code. Or you can as well participate. Then you will be guided to a survey. Just put your name in, set what you want or how you want to participate, and then we will reach out back to you by the beginning of December, and then you will be part of the kickoff by the mid of December. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No questions. Okay. Good. We're gonna have a lunch break now. Thank you very much. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have a lunch break now. We will start again at 1:30. So you have like around like 1 hour and 10 minutes. I think they will need about like 5 minutes more to set everything up. And then we start the next block, as I said, 1:30 with DeFi risks. Oh, yeah, and we have some swag upstairs. There are some t-shirts and some water bottles and pens. So yeah, just help yourself and see you in 1 hour.
Okay, wir würden dann bald weitermachen. Okay. So I think it's time to go on. I would like to introduce our next speaker, who has already, as I just noticed, already some papers with Vitalik, but sometimes he's writing as well about some papers about insurance, and we are happy to have here Matthias Nadler from the University of Basel.
Thank you. Yes, quickly about myself. As mentioned, I'm from the University of Basel. We have a research lab there with PhDs and professors with research focus. We're economists, so finance, DeFi, also insurance. We do a lot of basic research in the public domain as well. And what I'm presenting today is a paper that was accepted earlier this year at the IEEE ICBC conference, one of the larger academic blockchain conferences. And the title is on the slide. It's about DeFi risk transfer. So also in contrast to what we talked about this morning, this will be purely about on-chain insurance. So we only talk about smart contract risk, smart contract insurance, everything on-chain. And the idea here is to give an idea, start a discussion on how we can fully decentralize this process, like really give a primitive, a building block that insurance companies, protocols can use to offer fully or as decentralized solutions as possible. This was our goal with the research. And well, if we succeeded, you tell me afterwards. But quickly, the outline for the presentation, I'll go through the current state of DeFi insurance with their problems and the current state in general. Then I'll introduce the protocol. And if we still have time at the end, I can delve into some more technical considerations that we have. And of course, as academics, we always like to talk about the limitations of our research. All right, DeFi, primarily what we're talking about in DeFi is yield farming, right? You have yield protocols. Some examples that most of you probably know are Aave or Compound, these lending protocols where you can give collateral and then earn a return on this collateral. And so what risks are we trying to ensure in these ecosystems? These are smart contract risks on the one hand, code vulnerabilities, economic exploits, if the game theory is not sound, if there is Oracle failure, stuff like this. And then we have the centralization vector. Are there admin keys? Is there privileged access? Are there proxies that can be upgraded? Can the functionality be changed? All these are risks that put your capital at risk and that investors would maybe like to insure against. And as we all know, risk transfer is really one of the core building blocks in any financial industry. Without risk transfer, the markets are not efficient. And this is because everyone has their own risk preferences. And if we have a market for these risks, the investors can adjust their portfolios and build their portfolios in a way that matches with their risk preferences. There are quite a few protocols in the current DeFi space that take a crack at this problem, that offer smart contract insurance. But I think there's good arguments to be made for one reason or another that none of these solutions are truly decentralized. And we will take a look at why I think this is the case now. We narrow it down to three main problems or areas where it is challenging for DeFi protocols at the moment. And one of them is credibility. A traditional insurance company, they're highly regulated and they kind of have a credibility because they exist for 100 years or whatever. But DeFi protocols, they don't have this. Also, as a consequence, it is difficult for them to be capital efficient. They always need to over collateralize, whereas traditional insurance companies, they can kind of balance their liquidity and capital efficiency, and this is all governed by regulation. So yeah, there's very little in true DeFi. There is no legal recourse. Everyone is pseudonymous, and everyone can basically just take their wallet and run if they want to at any time. So over collateralization is one of the key features of DeFi in general. And the trade-off shifts here. Instead of liquidity and capital efficiency, we now have a trade-off between these capital efficiency, security, and on the other hand, the centralization vector. The more centralized we are, the more we can be regulated, the more we can react to things, but then the less secure or credible we are as a DeFi protocol. The second, in my opinion, largest problem for DeFi insurance is the claim assessment. If you think about it, claim assessment is really, really hard to decentralize. And it's really hard to make objective. There's always a subjective component in every system that is in action nowadays. So either it's parametric, but parametric means we kind of need these parameters to establish if it is within the parameters or not. And this requires an oracle. So someone has to provide this information from off-chain. Unless everything is on-chain, then maybe maybe a solution can be made, but it involves like a lot of checks, and if protocols completely fail, it's very difficult to say if something is in working order or not. And the second way to do claim assessment, this is what most protocols do, is they have like a council, and they vote whether a claim is true or not. They put various incentives, but I would argue this is rather centralized, and this is very subjective. And the more anonymous this council is, the more problems you have with incentives, and also Sybil attacks. A person could have multiple accounts to vote for the same claim, or if it's not very decentralized, then you have the problem that people with more money have more voting rights, essentially. And it's a problem with incentives all around. And this is also what we see with the current solutions in DeFi, that the claim assessment process is a very big challenge. And the third one, maybe a minor point, but legally speaking, it is an issue. This is overinsurance. In a lot of jurisdictions, overinsurance is not allowed. So, and especially in DeFi, can create problematic incentives. If you can overinsure something, so suddenly you have a huge incentive to make a protocol fail, let's say. And in a perfect world, a DeFi insurance protocol should not allow overinsurance. Our proposal takes these three problematic areas and tries to come up with a solution that solves these problems within very specific bounds. So let me give you a quick overview. There's 2 slides in this set that are very important. The next one is one of them. I will let you know when the second one comes up. But this slide is essentially the whole protocol summarized on one slide. So we take elements from peer-to-peer insurance and also from CDOs. And what we end up with is a tranche seniority-based insurance, where you have multiple of these tranches with different seniority. So the general idea is that we pool assets from different, ideally risk uncorrelated protocols, and then we split the redemption rights for these assets into multiple tranches. We will always go with the simplest possible version here, because this is just a proof of concept. And then we say any losses due to any of the smart contract related risks or any risks are then borne by the B tranche, and the A tranche is the insured tranche. Put in different words, we take an investment into multiple protocols, and we split this investment in a risky version and a less risky version. And through the beauty of DeFi and tokens. We can even let the market decide on the risk premium because these tranches are freely tradable. So that's the overview. I will now go into a bit more technical details on the protocol. So in our prototype, the insurance has a fixed duration. This is one of the limitations, but there's ways to mitigate this, so don't get hung up on these fixed durations. There are ways to make this a rolling insurance. And we have at the start deployment where the insurance smart contract is deployed, and then we have a period between deployment and the start of the insurance where these tranches can be minted. And again, this is the simplest possible case. There's also ways to extend the minting window throughout the insurance period. But for now, let's assume before the insurance starts, you can mint these A and B tranches. And to do that, the insurance is essentially relies on an underlying asset. Let's take, for example, US dollar. And you can send these US dollar to the insurance protocol. And the insurance protocol will then give you A and B tranches in equal parts. So if you send $1 US, you will receive half an A tranche and half a B tranche. And again, the B tranches are the risky ones and the A tranches are the less risky ones. So after the minting period, these stable coins or these underlying assets that were paid to the insurance protocol, they are then invested in multiple protocols. In our case, we take 2 protocols, and just to make it a bit easier to understand with an example, let's just go with Aave and Compound. So let's say the protocol has 100 stable coins, and it invests 50 into Aave, 50 into Compound. What it receives is 50, let's say, R DAI and 50 C DAI. And these are then stored on the protocol, and they will accrue interest over time, the same as if the users hold these tokens themselves. And at time S, the insurance period starts, and from time S until time T1, these yields are essentially insured, and the B tranche will bear the risk. Now, to actually get insurance, obviously, if you hold A and B tranches in the same amounts, you don't have insurance. But what you can do is sell your A tranches or sell your B tranches or trade them. So you end up with the optimal allocation of A and B tranches for your personal risk preference. So this insurance period can be as long as possible. There's trade-offs. The longer it is, the more likely is that maybe multiple incidents happens, or the longer people have to wait to get their funds back out. The shorter it is, the often you have to redeploy the insurance. But again, there's mitigations for this. There's things you can do to make this a more fluent process. But for now, let's talk about the redemption at the end of the insurance period. This is essentially where we decide if something happened or not and how the payout should be. So we can roughly differentiate between 2 cases. At the end, what we do is we try to take these interest-bearing coins and we convert them back to the underlying. So we take the A DAI and the C DAI and we turn them back into DAI. And there can be 2 cases. Number 1, this works. We get some amount of DAI back. Or number 2, we have an error and it doesn't work. For example, the Compound protocol was hacked and the smart contract was upgraded to something different and we can no longer convert them back. So either this works or it doesn't. If it works, then it's what we call liquid mode. Then we have all the assets in liquid form. And the distribution schedule between the A and B tranches in this case is entirely deterministic. We know how much we had at the start. We know how much we have at the end. We can calculate the interest, and we can let the A and B tranche holders claim their assets. The schedule, distribution schedule is here, just as an intuition, if everything went well, and if we have positive interest, A and B tranches are equivalent. So they both get half of the assets. If, let's say, one protocol succeeded, made 4% interest, and the other protocol failed, and you maybe only get back 40 cents on the dollar, then the A tranches get their full principal, including interest, and the B tranches, they get the 40 cents on the dollar. So this can be done deterministically in the smart contract directly. This is the simple case. Now the problem is, if we can't convert these tokens back to the underlying. And of course, we have to allow for some time to try to convert this back. On the blockchain, if something fails, you can try again. Maybe there was a short liquidity crunch and a few hours later it works. Maybe there's congestion on the chain. You have to give some time to complete this action. And after this time, if we cannot convert these yield-bearing tokens back, we are in what we call the fallback mode. And here is where we need the claim assessment. And this is the second important slide. I think this is the key idea of the protocol. Because here we keep these interest-bearing tokens in a protocol, and the protocol has no good way to know how much they're worth. If one of the protocols was hacked, for example, their tokens could be worth nothing, but the protocol has no way of knowing this. And what most protocols do here is they either use an oracle that tells them how much they're worth, that's an external dependency, or they try to do this, for example, with a call to the protocol to directly check. But this is also not reliable because the protocol could be completely gone. Or they use one of these voting councils or other form of claim assessments where people decide, people from outside the insurance decide how much it's worth. And that is not decentralized. So there is, however, one person that knows how much these tokens are worth, and that can be fully trusted in this case. And that is the person who receives the payout. They know the worth of these tokens, and they will always go for the ones that are worth more. So what we do here, and this is where the tranche insurance comes into play, we first allow the A tranche holders to claim the tokens from the insurance contract, and they get to decide if they want the A DAI or the C DAI. So if one of the protocols was hacked, they can choose to take all the tokens from the protocol that was not hacked. And then after the claim period for A is over, the B token holders can claim whatever is left. So at the end, everything will be claimed, but the A token holders, the less risky shares, they first get to decide if which one of them they claim. And the beauty here is we really don't need to know how much they're worth. The users decide for themselves what is worth more to them. And so we don't need any form of claim assessment at all. I mentioned this earlier, so we don't have to set an explicit insurance premium for this because the A and B tranches there are essentially freely tradable. And this is another way on how to actually obtain the insurance. I mentioned this earlier, but you can either invest tokens into the insurance contract, receive the A and B tokens, and then rebalance, or you can simply go on Uniswap and just buy A tokens or B tokens. And the price difference between these A tokens and B tokens, this is exactly the insurance premium. And this will start at quite a high price difference. And over time, the prices will converge as long as nothing happens to the protocols. And we can see this here. So at the start, the A tokens will have a higher price, and the B tokens, they will be at a discount because they carry the risk At the end, if nothing happens, they will be worth exactly the same, since they can be redeemed for the same underlying. If something happens, of course, then the B tokens will take all the loss. And these are some more considerations we made regarding liquidity for the share tokens, because these tokens, as we saw on the slide before, they have an inherent trend, especially the B tranche will rise in value always. The A tranche might stay relatively stable, but the B tranche will always rise in value over time. And if you have the standard AMM models, then tokens with a price trend are not really attractive to provide liquidity for because of divergence loss. We also calculated this in a paper, and there's even an option to suggest a better AMM model just for tokens like this that have an inherent price trend. If you're interested in this, you can read the paper. I will not go into too much more depth here, but suffice to say, we looked at this, and we're pretty confident that even with current AMMs like Uniswap, there will be a market at least for the A token. And if there's a market for the A token, you can always buy both tokens and sell the A token to receive the B token. So a market for one token is sufficient. And finally, the limitation. I mentioned most of them during the talk already, but the fixed duration. The obvious extension here is to have rollover periods where when the insurance period ends, and if you do nothing, you automatically enter a new insurance period. We didn't fully implement or think this through, but we're pretty sure there's a way to come up with a continuous insurance model based on this. The second limitation is that we need the same underlying for all tokens that are insured. So in our case, it was a stable coin, but you can't really have, for example, one asset in a stable coin and one in Ether. You can do it, but then you kind of offer a bit of a different protocol, more like a price insurance protocol for the two assets. So this is a limitation that we cannot really get rid of, but I think to nominate everything in a stable coin or in Ether is reasonable for DeFi, for most use cases anyways. And in our initial protocol idea, we used exactly two assets. But again, this is just a simplification. The model extends to any number of assets. But to keep it consistent, you would also need to increase tranches if you increase the assets. If you do something like 5 assets and only 2 tranches, it is still possible, but there needs to be a little bit more math and some more incentive mechanisms to make this work. But we believe it's quite flexible. It can be extended in a number of ways. And we made a reference implementation on our GitHub that is fully implemented with the Aave and the compound token that can be deployed and runs insurance for a certain amount of time. You can also find the paper at this GitHub repository. And everything is in the public domain. It's the MIT license, so there's already a few project teams that have looked at it and are potentially building something with it. So it's open. If you want to look at something a bit different, insurance in a DeFi space, you can take a look. And here are our Twitter handles if you want to follow any of the authors.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. I have a question. In your assumption, you said the users will always know which token they prefer, CX or CY. What I ask myself now, as a B tranche holder who has on average more capital because I sold my high-priced A token and bought cheaper B token, so on average I have more free capital. don't I have the moral hazard to somehow change the perceived value of CX versus CY because I know I get to pick last? So for example, I try to suppress by putting out short orders on Uniswap that CX looks less attractive, the A chances pick CY, I pick CX, and remove my short position with the capital I had left?
I mean, absolutely, you can try. It's a completely open market, so yes. Yes, for sure. Not just there. In DeFi, it's a lot of moral hazard problems.
I have a question about the AMM model you mentioned, that you built a better model for liquidity providers when the asset has upwards price trend. Does it work equally well when the asset has downwards price trend?
So clarification, we didn't build it, but it exists. We have looked at it and it would work for these kind of tokens that have any trend upwards or downwards, yes. I think it's called a power curve, constant power curve model, something like this. It's I don't think there's an implementation, but there is research on the topic. So if you have these kinds of tokens, it's possible to make trading more efficient for the liquidity providers.
Okay, thanks.
Any other question? Otherwise, let's thank Matthias again. Our next speaker is a good colleague for me. He was building on a secret project like 1 year, and he want to present what he was doing in the last year. So Tyler Kraus.
Thank you, Peter. My name is Tyler Kraus. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer at Chainproof, which you've heard about already today, and also on the business operations team at Quantstamp. And today I'll be talking about DeFi protection, which is our new product that we just launched in the last month or so, which we think is a fairly novel approach to DeFi cover in the space compared to what else is on the market today. Been at Quantstamp for about 2 years now. So it's exciting to be in this space and at this conference today. So a quick overview of Quantstamp and Chainproof. I'll go pretty quickly. Since 2017, Quantstamp has been one of the top Web3 security firms in the space. We've done over 700 smart contract audits, including this mess of logos I threw up on here, covering layer 1s, layer 2s, DeFi protocols, NFTs, sort of you name it. We've probably audited it or something like it. So given this deep auditing background, we really have unique insights into the underlying code of many of the projects in the space. And that gave us the idea to launch Chainproof to be able to ensure these protocols on the back end. So Chainproof, Peter covered this slide already basically, but we offer regulated insurance for slashing and smart contract risks, and we sell them to protocols, asset managers, and individuals. We offer bespoke pricing based on data from Quantstamp security assessments. We're licensed by the Bermuda Monetary Authority with our friends' names, and we're reinsured by Munich Re. They are the largest reinsurer in the world. So the problem that we're trying to solve with this new product that we launched. Chainproof's off to a great start, but there are a couple realistic limitations to what we're able to do through Chainproof. So for one, we're a traditional insurance provider, so we can really only cater to larger customers, like institutions and protocols themselves. We're writing paper policies, we're negotiating terms and contracts one by one, we're getting reinsurance on the back end one by one. So there's really no room for us to offer a $1,000 policy to your typical retail user. Secondly, it's sort of challenging for Chainproof. Even though we're regulated in Bermuda, we can't just sell insurance easily in every jurisdiction in the world. So there are realistic limitations there. So the question we wanted to answer is, how do we build a product that will allow us to offer retail DeFi users, small guys in geographies like the United States, some level of regulated protection? And why do we care about being regulated? Well, it's sort of in the ethos of both Quantstamp and Chainproof that we're really compliant, regulated, above board. So we wanted to extend that to the retail users. But looking at the current space out there, like Matthias mentioned, there are a lot of issues with the Web3 coverage providers out there today. Unregulated, sort of the council approach to paying out claims. We're sort of bringing things back to the centralized approach in that front. Sort of counter to Matthias's whole paper there. So here's, in brief, the solution that we've built. DeFi Protection is a Web3 on-chain app for retail users in the US. And the key attributes, even though we're at the Decentralized Insurance Conference, this is not an insurance product. The core product we're selling is a suite of QuantStamp security services. So the initial audit of the protocol before it's added to the platform, continuous reviews of the code, checking for new bugs. As we all know, an audit's only as good as the latest code version. Once new updates are thrown in there, everything can go out the window. And then on top of that, an alerting service to let users know if there's anything we've detected, to let them know to maybe pull their funds out of that protocol. So that's the core service. That's a small monthly fee. And then on top of that, we have built a guarantee product that users can opt into. So you can think of it a little like Apple Care. You buy the iPhone, then you buy Apple Care on top of it as warranty in case something happens to your phone. That's like this for DeFi. If you sign up for protection in a protocol like Aave, and you buy the guarantee, and Aave gets hacked despite our best efforts at letting you know beforehand, you're eligible for a certain level of reimbursement. So who's eligible? Right now, it's just end users in the US of approved protocols. We'll get into which protocols are on there right now in a few slides. Maximum protection of 250,000 per protocol. And you have to be willing and able to follow our instructions and alerts when we send them out in the agreed upon time interval. So that can be anywhere from 5 minutes after you get the alert to 24 hours. A little bit behind the scenes, Adam from Names sort of covered the protected cell setup here. So I hope you were taking notes on that because he knows it a lot better than I do, to be honest. So QuantStamp sells the guarantee to end users of the DeFi protocols on the left side. Then QuantStamp buys insurance from the protected cell that we've set up in North Carolina. And then on the back end, Chainproofs comes in and reinsures that insurance risk to sort of remove that risk from QuantStamp's books. QuantStamp doesn't want to necessarily be in the game of insurance to that degree. So Chainproof is really the primary insurer here looking to cover that risk. So here's a bit of the purchase flow in the actual app that's live now on DeFiProtection.com. Here are the protocols that are currently supported. So we have mostly just the big guys, you know, Aave, Compound, Curve, Uniswap, Lido. Definitely plans to extend that to a lot more protocols in the near future. And you can see on the bottom right that to use this, you actually do have to undergo KYC AML. That ties into our regulation focus. We're not regulated by the Bank Secrecy Act or anything like that. So we really just have to do best efforts to not enable money laundering. But the real risk for this is just we have to know who you are in case a hacker, any smart hacker, before they hack a protocol, will buy insurance to sort of double dip before they actually hack it, get that double payout. So trying to stop that from happening. Second page, anyone who's familiar with Nexus or any of the other products out there, it's not too dissimilar. You select your maximum reimbursement amount. This can be zero if you just want the security services that we offer, but it can be up to 250,000 per protocol. Select your service duration anywhere from 1 month to 12 months, and then set your response time for how quickly you can respond to those alerts that we send you. Notification channels, up to 5, email, Telegram, Discord, whatever's fastest. You can really tailor that to wherever you're active. And the final checkout page, you can see the annual cost for the protocols. So that pricing varies depending on the protocol itself and how safe we deem that protocol to be, as well as your response time affects that price. If we send out an alert and it takes you 3 days to respond, like that's not great, and we actually won't pay you out if you fail to respond in that time. So the slower the response time, the more expensive it'll be for you. So what makes DeFi protection different from the existing solutions out there? We think it's 4 key points. First, curation, surveillance, pricing, and regulation. So this is a highly curated list of protocols that we're actually adding to the service. The selection is much more limited than the others out there, but we do plan to add a lot more. And this is because there's a high bar to entry to get on the platform. So you have to have a quant stamp audit unless you're an Aave that's been around for 4 years and has a great security track record. So we're pretty confident in our smart contract skills and being able to know how risky a platform is. Secondly, surveillance. So we don't just add it once and then forget about it and leave it up there forever. We continually look at the code, make sure there's no new risky updates introduced, and make sure to check that code constantly. I think this gives us an edge in pricing as well. There's a lot to be said for a market-based pricing model, but our centralized pricing model, I think we have our expert insights into the riskiness, I think gives us an edge there. It can actually lead to lower prices for protocols we deem safer than the market, but in most cases, it'll just lead to the protocol not being listed there at all, because even if someone wants to pay 30% for coverage, which they won't want to pay on a risky protocol, that's probably still a bad value prop. It's like hurricane and cat insurance. It's just not something we want to offer. And lastly, regulations. So fully regulated as a guarantee in the United States, not fully insurance or not insurance at all. So it's a lesser degree of regulation, but still does offer the consumer some protection there. So going forward, what are we looking to do? A lot more to be done. Expand our regulatory framework to places outside of the US to really open it up to more users. Vastly expand our protocol offerings by working directly with protocols. We think working together with them can be a win-win. And thirdly, potentially partnering with Hypernative, our friends in the audience, to add built-in real-time monitoring and threat detection to the offering, so everything can happen just much quicker. We believe DeFi protection has a lot to add to the ecosystem, and especially in the current market environment, prices are going up, yields are going up, so we think insurance and cover is going to make a big comeback soon. A lot more interest in it going forward. And that's it. Thank you.
So are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, then I have a question, Tyler. What happens if there's an update to a protocol like Aave, which Quantum think it's not secure, or Chainbook thinks it's not secure?
So I believe in cancel the policies and refund the pro rata amount that's existing there. Or if we're able to review it quickly enough, I could issue the all clear, but I think ideally we just cancel it and then have people rebuy once we review it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I want to announce the panel. We have a panel with Richard Ma from QuantStamp, John from Hypernative, Hui Lin from EtherRisk, and Adam from Names. Christoph will take over the panel discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we are arranging those hot stools here, maybe a bit more place. So. Okay. May I invite? I want to sit. Maybe I may invite our panelists. Take your seat. There is no specific order. Just take the best seat. I go in the middle. Okay. Richard in the middle. Okay. Thank you very much for coming and joining the panel. I think it is not exaggerating to say that we have probably some of the most prominent experts in decentralized insurance sitting here on the panel. And we are super happy that we can have this. And so the topic of the panel is securing the future. how decentralized insurance will impact Web3 and the decentralized industry. And I think this we heard in the recent talks that this is a huge opportunity for many different approaches, products, companies. And of course, while blockchain itself is something which should be safe, yeah, from the protocol, from the technology, proven correctness, finality, all these topics. But on the other side, we all learned painfully that blockchain also introduced a lot of new risks which need to be protected. And that also creates a lot of opportunity. But on the positive side, we can also say that blockchain and decentralized insurance also offers new ways to offer products which are simply not feasible in the traditional space, yeah, like impact insurance, where the traditional products are either too clumsy, too slow, or simply too expensive. And blockchain is a way to change this. So let's talk a bit on all these different topics. And may I introduce our panelists, John Fiorelli of Hypernative. Hello, John. Then Adam, he has already introduced himself. Then we are very proud to have Richard Ma here from Quantstamp, which is also our main sponsor. Big shout out to Richard and his team, which made this conference possible. And Hui Lin from Isorisk Impact, which is the sister company from Isorisk, which is specifically targeting emerging countries and impact insurance. And welcome, Hui Lin, and you will also have your talk afterwards. So let's just start with the first questions. I have prepared some questions, and we go round robin, and I start with Richard. And yeah, we have heard from Tyler how important it is to protect protocols. And maybe, Richard, you can give us some more of your own insights into the role of automated security protocols. And what is the role of Quantstamp? What is the role of these new products, what you offer, and what also is generally offered in the space?
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, so I'm, really glad to be on the panel. And, Etherisk and names are, some of the pioneers of the decentralized insurance space. As kind of the head of a security company, pretty much since like I started Quantstamp, I think having some additional protection for protocols beyond security audits has always been an issue that our users have asked us for. And so, literally for years and years before the smart contract insurance space got developed, we were getting requests from customers that were saying like, hey, we have institutions that want to put money into our protocol. Could you help us to talk to some insurance companies and get coverage for us? And so it's been really nice to see the space evolve, but it's still like a really big problem today. I think just like from the more like the security side, often the hacks are extremely large. Often it's tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. If you look at like the Euler hack this year, or like the Curve Finance hack. And so one really big issue we still see is the lack of like a good amount of capacity to cover those types of events. But yeah, it's a very exciting space, and still very rapidly developing in terms of having really good companies are involved. So yeah.
Okay, maybe you give us some more personal insight in what initiated yourself to dive into this topic. And the blockchain space is huge, and probably there have been multiple opportunities for you. And but why did you start with this topic specifically? And what were your somehow inaugural moments where you said to yourself, this is something where I want to work and where I want to invest significant time of my life?
Yeah, I guess like many things that happen at Quantstamp, we have a group of really smart, nice people in the company. And for our foray into smart contract insurance, a lot of it was driven by Sebastian, Peter, Joseph, Tyler from our team. That's kind of where all the experience and passion came from. Obviously, every day we talk to so many security customers, and so they keep asking us for this, and so that was sort of the the genesis of kind of the DeFi protection.
Has there been a specific moment in your life which triggered you, and where you said, "Okay, that's my moment. That was where I kicked this idea off"?
Yeah, for me it was like now it's more than 7 years ago. So originally in 2016, I put money into the original DAO, which was hacked for more than $50 million. At the time, there were barely any smart contract security companies, let alone smart contract insurance companies. And so since then, I've always thought that for normal users to get involved in the space, they need a lot more safety and protection. And yeah.
Okay, then let's turn to John. What would you think? Would something like the DAO possible today, or would it be mitigated by you, for example?
Sorry, is
the DAO hack? Would that be possible today? Would something similar happen, and would you be able to detect it early enough?
Well, let's put it this way. I think what's really important is that we have auditors like Quantstamp who are out there as our front line of protection, so that they can determine intrinsically, is a contract safe, or a set of core contracts safe enough for us to play with the protocol. And so could it happen today? I mean, I suppose it could, assuming that that particular DAO chose a different auditor. But speaking on behalf of Hypernative, and just to give a little context, Hypernative is a real-time monitoring service. It really comes into play after the audit, after contracts are deployed and contracts go live. Ideally, even we've done a little testing in a testnet, do a little wargaming, and see if monitoring can help us see what potential pitfalls might be out there. But I would say that anything is obviously still possible, because it's incumbent upon the project to make good choices about preparing their security. Monitoring is intended to help us listen to what is out there, and is really coming front-facing where contracts are deployed. Hypernative seeks to fuzz those contracts, and using its machine learning-based system to determine if a contract is malicious, who it may wish to attack. And so doing, if they've sought good auditing and they've patched those bugs, and most importantly, they let their auditors know if they've made any changes and try and prevent contract audit drift, then hopefully we can prevent hacks like that. I don't want to speak above my pay grade to say I know how the DAO hack happened, but I would say that there's an entire stack of measures that you can take to mitigate that, so that insurers are willing to insure these protocols, and us using them through DeFi protection, things like that. So okay, that's my opinion, for the lack of a better one.
Yeah, maybe I have a second question in this direction. I was very early in the crypto space when the DAO hack happened, and I remember very vividly that at that time, the team around Christoph, which is also a good friend of us, they deployed the DAO contract, and then they tried to verify it on EtherStack. So they tried to verify that the source code and the deployed bytecode is actually the same, and it took them 2 weeks, because they had lost track of their source, and they didn't know exactly which commit they deployed. So it was very difficult for them to do it. So obviously at that time the tooling was not very good. Yeah, and would you say that the tooling and the technology to detect faults, to detect bugs, and to detect see if anything is wrong. Is that already sufficient today, or are there any challenges? Where we would say, okay, that's still a big issue where we have no insight, or where we are have a heavy time to actually see what's happening in this evolving and complex area of smart contract?
I would say that Richard is probably a better expert on this particular topic, but one thing I would say is when you're doing an audit, we assume that there's a freeze and that we stop working on it for a bit so that we can see what's actually there, and that there aren't, that we're not trying to analyze the plane while we're flying it, right? So I guess all I would say is that we're in a much better place now. There are more auditors, and it's good to have a vibrant market of service providers, so that we're not all looking at it the exact same way. I also think that it's great to have a vibrant community of multiple monitoring services, although I'm a little biased, so you forgive me there. I think that at this time we're in better shape, but to say that we're there and that we can be overly confident in tooling to solve our problems, I think might be a stretch.
Okay, so you would say still be aware of possible hacks. So there is still work to do. So turning to you, Adam, you are actually, you have a long history in the traditional finance, and so you know both sides. And maybe you can give us an insight. As we see, blockchain and all these blockchain risks and also the technology risks are pretty new, and it's very difficult to get a grasp on this. Yeah, but I think this is also familiar for traditional insurance. So maybe you can give us some insight how, from your experience, the know-how of traditional insurance companies can help us to address a new and innovative risk in the DeFi space, and what's your role in this?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things that I've been able to see, and one of the unique things that's happened, was when I started learning about kind of the blockchain space, and this was really only 2 years ago, I started to look at it, and I looked at Nexus Mutual, obviously, looked at a company called Insurance, if anybody's seen them, Uno Re, a couple others that are out there. And I started to look at what they were doing. I started trying to determine pricing, because ultimately in the traditional world, we care about the capital and how much return does that capital get, and is it adequately priced? But then the flip side is we look at the buyer, and is the buyer willing to pay premium on it? And I started trying to figure out some of the pricing, and I couldn't. And I'm married to an actuary. So then I said, of course, turned to the real smart person in the room and asked her. And an actuary, for those of you who don't know, basically sits around and calculates probabilities. That's effectively what they do. My wife is a math and stats double major from the University of Minnesota. So it tells you how exciting our conversations are in that. And I started asking her questions, trying to say, can you determine, is there any actuarial model behind this? The answer was not really. And so we started to look at this from the traditional space, and I said, well, what's the problem here? She said, well, the first problem is we don't have data. There just isn't an adequate amount of data right now to determine how many hacks are happening or how many breaches have happened. What's amazing is that the technology actually exists. I mean, blockchain and distributed ledger technology creates the data for us. It's not like where you have to determine whether or not a certain claim happened, where you've got to either read newspaper articles. I know people who write directors and officers insurance traditionally, and the first thing they do is they go to Google and go to the Wall Street Journal and find out how many claims have been filed. We have the data. The inherent data for the blockchain exists. So the question is, how do we go about quantifying that data? And what I've really seen over the last 24 months is we're starting to see more companies who are looking at this from a traditional actuarial model, which is really kind of the core base of modern insurance. I mean, underwriters in Lloyd's 200 years ago basically would sit around and say, whose ship sank this year? Okay, 3 ships sank. And how many voyages were there? 400. Okay, well, here's our probability for the year. And that's how they price their insurance. We've become a lot more sophisticated over the last 20 years in the actuarial side of things. And that's now flowing through into the blockchain space, allowing some of these companies that originally were sort of doing it the old way of our rough probability is X and this is how many exposures there were and this is how we price it. Now they're starting to get in and they're doing actuarial modeling where they're taking and running simulations saying, we know that there's X number of events, we know that this is the breach, and underwriters determining what they think the probability of loss is, and we're coming up with rough rate calculations. Where we're going to go is probably going to explode much faster than the traditional insurance space did, because it took traditional insurance space and lots of paper and pens and ledgers to determine what the actual calculations are. Now that's all being done in Excel and done in a matter of minutes. Well, now we can pull that data directly from blockchain. And that's the real innovation I've seen is we're starting to see people who are gleaning some of this data, taking those data points, putting them into some sort of Excel file, but then that file is being manipulated and run through actuarial models to determine the actual calculation. And that's the exciting part for me is I think the ability to provide efficient, capitally efficient insurance at a reasonable price to buyers. And I was interested in the presentation we just saw, because as more data becomes available, it makes it very easy for TradFi to kind of morph over into the ecosystem because of the data.
Okay, that looks like traditional insurance is actually going to move completely over to blockchain sooner or later. Would you support this claim, or would you say there is a coexistence which will last forever, and there is a specific niche for blockchain and a niche for traditional, or is this a general move like we all use internet and fax is no longer used except in Germany? So what would you say?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt TradFi is coming. In fact, if you start to look at a number of the insurance companies that are operating right now, even some of the DeFi protocols that are out there, Insurace being one. Insurace is currently in the Lloyd's lab, and so they're going to end up getting support from some of the traditional Lloyd's syndicates, and that's going on in more ways. Names has its vehicle that allows DeFi protocols to effectively attract reinsurance. But bringing in the traditional insurers isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's bringing more capital into the system. And I think one of the repetitive things I've heard, which is scaling. How do we scale insurance? How do we provide enough limits to mitigate these large catastrophic incidences that have happened? And we need more capital into the system in insurance in order to do that. And so I think that there's no doubt traditional insurance is going to come in, but I don't view it as a bad thing, because it's like somebody, I forget which talk it was talking about insurance is not a sexy thing. It's not something we wake up in the morning and go, well, guess what? Today I get to buy some insurance, guys. That isn't something that happens. It's something that you buy as a result of either a regulatory reason or a catastrophic loss where you've lost a lot of money. I still have 3 ETH sitting in an FTX account. Maybe, probably not. But that has happened, and that's a loss that I'm not real happy about. So of course that makes me think about what exchange am I working with, and if I'm using one, or if I'm not, what sort of protections are in place for me? That's going to only continue to grow over time, because people aren't going to accept situations where, oops, I just lost $100,000 because of some stupid hack that wasn't monitored, wasn't in a smart contract that was audited. Institutions care about that sort of stuff, so it's not necessarily a bad thing seeing TradFi come and support the space, even if they don't do it directly, even if they do it through a proxy, through a chain proof or some other entity that allows them to support the insurance space.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So this leads over to Julian. You come from also the traditional space. I think you have been working for some regulator already also, so you know also both sides, both the industry and the regulator. So you made a decision to work in this decentralized insurance space. So what was the reason? And is there something what decentralized insurance can fix what traditional insurance cannot fix? And especially in your area.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Christoph, for the question. So I feel that, needless to say, there are a lot of problems in traditional insurance at the moment. And it's worse for the people who earn the lowest income in the world, who are most vulnerable to things like climate risk and climate change. Because, I mean, like a 90-day claim is not catastrophic, maybe for me or any of us in this room, but it can really make a whole world of difference to, somebody who survives on minimum wage or a farmer, right? So for me, I feel that there are a lot of problems in traditional insurance when it comes to operational efficiencies, paying out claims, making expenses as low as possible so that premiums are affordable, that have not really found a solution despite there being a lot of innovators and insurtechs in the space. And I feel that really blockchain technology really provides a promise of providing something new. I would say that one key difference between sort of the impact space, so inclusive insurance, insurance smallholder farmers, insurance for the low income, one key difference here is that we've not really been able to approach it in the sort of a crypto native way, the same way other decentralized insurance protocols have been doing. And which is why I think for this traditional insurance plays such a huge role here, right? In terms of things like, let's say, intimate knowledge of the local climates in Africa, for example. That's something that only the traditional insurance space still has at the moment, and we need to work with them. Right, so that said, I mean, in terms of how I feel this technology has really brought added value to the inclusive insurance space, I would just sort of boil it down to 3 points, which is really speed, cost, and transparency. Transparency, we all talked about, right? There's just the power of being able to monitor the security situation real time, very valuable to regulators. And many, I think all stakeholders who are involved in inclusive and impact insurance value that kind of real-time monitoring. Costs in terms of just automating lots of insurance processes that were previously done manually. And in fact, we still see a lot of issues with that now, even in the parametric insurance space where technically farmers don't need to file a claim, but there's still a lot of manual processes involved, which smart contracts have really helped to automate. And costs as well. So in a sense of when you replace these manual processes with automation, it cuts down the time that people spend approving decisions, checking data in Excel sheets, which, you know, duplicates a lot of work that that just shouldn't be so in the first place. So yeah, those 3 points.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm just curious about, so microinsurance has been obviously quite popular in Africa, but one of the problems seems to have been the lack of adaptation. Do you see that do we need to do something more either as an industry or maybe, you know, working with some sort of coalition to educate the end user, the end buyer of these policies and people getting the policies? Do you think there needs to be more education in this space? I mean, is it more of a technological limitation, do you feel at this point, or a lack of information that's been provided and education provided?
I think with any hard problem in the world, it's both, right? And on the insurance awareness side of it, that's definitely been an issue, in the sense that when you're talking about people who don't have a lot of money to spend and they will prioritize what they spend on, it's quite, I mean, why spend on something that has uncertain long-term benefits as opposed to, you know, just putting food on the table for the next farming season or something like this. So there's been a lot of work done by international organizations into awareness, and aware that there has been some positive results, but there's still a huge gap because there are about 500 million smallholder farmers in the world. Only 3% are insured, despite the best efforts and a lot of donor money going into insurance awareness efforts. So I feel from that point of view, that's where the transparency aspect of blockchain can really make a difference. Like one thing that we did in the Acre Africa project in Kenya was that we built in a feature where farmers received updates on their policy status on the weather data. So they kind of know on an ongoing basis, okay, I have an insurance policy and I know whether it's been triggered or not. And farmers have reported that, hey, this really helps to improve like my understanding and my appreciation of insurance. Adoption of technology is definitely a thing. I mean, in Kenya, we are lucky in the sense that you have a relatively high proportion of people who have access to mobile phones and to mobile wallets, but definitely in countries where people don't have access to that, that's still a problem because it's not really possible to make an end-to-end seamless journey when the the person doesn't have like technology literally in the palm of their hands. Yeah.
Maybe it's also I compare it to the East Germany, West Germany. Yeah, when East Germany joined West Germany, the phone network in East Germany was completely corrupt, and you need to wait years to get your phone. Then East Germany was renovated, and they got all these fiber optic infrastructure. So within a few years, East Germany had a much better phone network than West Germany. Yeah, so. Is it also something what could happen that, for example, in the emerging countries, the adoption of innovative financial protocols is much faster than in the established countries or in industrialized countries? Would you share that?
Sorry, what was the last one?
Would you share this view, or what are your
I see.
experiences?
Yeah, I mean, definitely if I reflect on my experience, I mean, I'm from Malaysia, and if I reflect on my experience moving to Germany, I can definitely corroborate that. I mean, just in terms of, definitely there are developed countries, I would say, that are more dependent on paperwork, who sort of trust, they need to have this file, this paper in front of them. They need to submit claims on paper, enable to sort of trust the process. Whereas we see, like, I recently went back to Malaysia a few weeks ago, like a couple of months ago, and it really impressed me, the array of mobile wallets that are available in Malaysia, and just the fact that everyone's very open to the idea of just scanning their phone to make a payment, and everyone knows what's the best wallet out there and all the different ways you can pay for something in 5 seconds. And I think that's definitely, internet connection in Malaysia is also a lot better than where I live in Germany as well. So I definitely feel that, yes, in a way, when you start from a cleaner slate, there is an opportunity to sort of leapfrog some of the hurdles, the bureaucratic and the infrastructural hurdles that have been put in place in more developed countries.
Okay, thank you. So talking about hurdles and challenges, Richard, in nearly every blockchain conference, it's always the same question: how can we achieve more adoption, and what are the main blockers for mainstream adoption? So obviously, safety and security is one major topic here, yeah, because people need to feel safe. If they enter a new technological space, they want to feel safe, they want to know what's happening. And so what would you say? What role could protocols like yours, or security in general, decentralized insurance, what role could that play for mainstream adoption of blockchain and crypto in general?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to UX. Like, I mean, just to go back to your East Germany, West Germany example, it was very interesting. I didn't know about the fiber optic cables leapfrogging. But in a sense, Web3 is kind of East Germany and the world is West Germany. If you take the analogy to another layer, right? And so we have a chance to try some stuff in Web3 that, I guess if you're like operating a car insurance company, you can no longer really try it, because car insurance has been extremely optimized, and really smart people like Adam's wife spent their whole career figuring out exactly what's the probability of that happening. And so I think having a more undefined space, it actually helps to come up with some better approaches. And things like, having automatic payouts, having, events that are just monitored live. And so getting live payouts for those events, having like smaller amounts of insurance and doing micropayments for them. Like these things, they could be done in the regular West Germany, but people in the West Germany, they're already very used to how they do stuff. And so there's such a large market there that there's no incremental gain to try this kind of like.
So that all boils down also to education. How could we better educate people about also the better security of blockchain protocols in comparison to traditional finance? Yeah, so actually we have very secure protocols. Is there still a gap, or what can we do? Do we need to join forces to do better education for people who want to join? And how can we transport this level of security, what with your help we can offer in the blockchain space?
Yeah, I think in the blockchain space, there's been a lot of negative education in the last year and a half after the Terra Luna depegging and FTX and Celsius and BlockFi. Mostly there's been sort of reverse education that's been happening. Obviously, like, for the people that sort of believe in the decentralization, we can sort of say, look, like, FTX, that's a centralized entity, that they don't actually have a decentralized protocol like Uniswap. But I think for regular people, it's sort of all bundled together into, this notion that crypto is unsafe. And so I think it's kind of the role of, this like new generation of security companies and insurance companies to really like demonstrate that. And luckily, there's now enough battle-tested protocols that are, I would say, extremely safe. And with every, passing month, we get more data that it is, really safe, and we get better tooling. And so that's, we're on kind of a long-term, it's like a marathon to change that. Broad understanding for people, right? It's not something where like it can be changed in a day. It's a process over time.
Okay, one question to John. What would be a product which would help to get more mainstream adoption in the, for example, for everyday people, yeah, not only for the big ones, but if my friend is asking me, I want to engage in this blockchain, I want to buy crypto, how can I do it safely? What would you recommend him? And is there something what is missing, or do we have already all the tools and all the products available?
I'd actually like to start with an observation with what Richard said, which was, a good number of us lost some money in the last couple of years because we've had quite a few hacks. And each year has bestowed upon us several $1 billion worth of losses. Adam, I feel like there might be enough data now for us to price this risk. So we can actually quantify and price what that risk means against those events that triggered those losses. So I'm thankful that these things happened when the number of users, the adoption, was relatively tight. This is a good thing, I think, because it means that we are hopefully more vigilant. Those of us who build protocols, those of us who build tooling and who do audits and do monitoring to try and keep us, all of us, collectively safe. So I want to just, if everyone could just say, let's just count this as a blessing that we've only lost several $1 billion with a much smaller number of people. Because if mom and dad and grandma and grandpa were on this, it would be a much harder lack of education, miseducation that we would have to undo. Okay, so that would be the first thing I would say. The other thing too is that if we actually want to provide insurance outcomes with real world events that are triggered, we're also going to have to get even more robust with how we bring real world data on chain to trigger that. So if we want real world folks like mom and dad to come and play, not just move crypto around, trade crypto, speculate, gamble, we can actually solve real problems beyond those really fun problems, then we still have a lot more work to do. So could I say that we have a tool today or a service today that can help everyone feel okay? No, because as humans, we need more than just code is law, mostly because most of us, first of all, don't know how to read the code to tell if it's true. Right now, we trust, not to get political, but even just trying to figure out if the news that we are receiving is true is hard enough. So now if we're saying, oh, we'll just go read the code, go check it out in GitHub. Well, that's clearly not a way that's going to work. So we're probably going to need some measure of, dare I call it, certification, a certification rubric or something that allows us to say that this code has been audited, that we know where the data came from. And this is actually a problem that blockchain could, Bitcoin solves this. Well, blockchain might solve this idea of where we get data that informs our AI-driven outcomes, which is a challenge right now. AI is a very centralizing mechanism in our lives. Blockchain helps us to potentially decentrally determine if an AI output that I receive actually comes from data that I can trust or that has been verified. So we need more tooling. I think we are not close to that yet. I would love to tell you that I know what the Holy Grail is to that. that is also above my pay grade. Lots of things are above my pay grade. Just for context, so I'm a strategic advisor to Hypernative. I'm also an early investor in Hypernative. I co-invest with an investment fund called Kinetic Capital based in Hong Kong. So I lead a few different lives. And one of the things that we've experienced in the past couple of years, other than those amazing losses and all the data that we've gleaned from those losses, is we've also learned that there are a lot of different methods for potentially building these layers that I'm postulating in the abstraction, right? And we need more of that competition. So what I really want to educate the normie community, and that's not a pejorative in my eyes, is that there's an opportunity for you to come and participate as a business developer, as a coder, as a developer, to come and participate to figure out the solutions to these problems, and that we're just very transparent about it. That was a very long-winded answer. Thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have been talking a lot, but maybe our audience has also some questions. So I want to open up, and if there are any questions from here, from the audience, then please feel free to ask one of our panelists. And we have not time in abundance, so let's keep it short question, short answer, and but just to give you the opportunity. No questions. Okay, then everything has been answered.
If there are no questions, I have a question.
Okay,
for
go ahead.
So actually, it's like John and Richard in particular, I was just wondering, do you think if you were to explain to mom and dad or a smallholder farmer or something, why you think security of the blockchain is not an issue compared to TradFi software systems, would you be able to do that?
I'll take a swing. I don't think I can tell them that security today, in this moment in time, is necessarily better. But I believe the ceiling is higher. And the reason why is because we have the potential to make more things transparent, more trustlessly verifiable than we do with traditional systems. That excites me. That's why I came into this space, actually. It wasn't for the gambling. It was because these are systems, decentralized systems, we use that word a lot, that allow us to just trustlessly verify, and that's exciting.
Okay, then one last question for each of you, but please answer with a one-liner. So if we are looking in the future, the panel title was Securing the Future. So what is the message of each of you to the world or the blockchain community? What is the most important thing to think about in the next time, in the next year, for you, for your customers, for your team? What would you give? What message would you give to the rest of the world? Julian.
If I were to start, I would say that the world should be very excited about the new possibilities that DeFi can offer in terms of structuring products for people who need them in a way that was never possible before, and that was always fragmented because things like pensions and insurance and derivatives are always regulated separately and provided by different institutions. But now there's a way to sort of restructure that in a way that could actually provide a seamless financial solution for people who never had a chance to access all the solutions in the first place. So that's my key takeaway from this.
I guess my key takeaway, user experience. Sort of the number one thing, and that's the thing that's going to take us to 1 billion users. So yeah,
my key takeaway or thought process for you is ask yourself who you're doing business with every day online. Ask yourself who your wallet is transacting with, and are they reputable, and are they insured? Because if they aren't, think about the funds that you're putting at risk every single day, and would you do that in the real world? Because if you wouldn't do it in the real world and you're doing it with your MetaMask wallet, think about that, and then start analyzing the companies who stand behind that and the risks that they might pose to you and your assets, and then align yourself with companies who can provide the correct risk mitigation and protect your assets the way you'd want them protected in the real world.
I love your answer. Richard took mine. but we think alike, so I love it. I think that just to build off of yours, I would extend it beyond who am I doing business with to am I comfortable potentially doing business with a community of people at the same time? If I transact on any proof of stake blockchain, for example, I am entrusting a community of service providers to secure that ledger, for example. So the idea of transaction is going to feel a touch different as we start to participate in community-based mechanisms as opposed to I'm doing this one thing with one counterparty. I think that my mom and dad will have to adjust to that.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to conclude with also my remark on Adams. Stay safe, stay insured, engage with all these protocols which are discussed today. Thank you to all my panelists. It was great to talk to you and for all your answers and insights. And I hope we can reconnect next year in the next round of D1Conf. And I think we are still in the early days. And looking at the market cap of all the insurance protocols on chain, it's still ridiculous. Yeah, so we have a bright future. There is a lot of space for collaboration. I think that's also very important. And yeah, let's go on and work on this. Thank you so much.
Ja, Valerio.
Ja.
Aber
Hello, hello. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good coffee break, and we're gonna move on to the next block now. So I'm happy to introduce you to our next speakers for the next session. And together they will bring us comprehensive knowledge of the current state and future directions of decentralized insurance. So first off, I want to start with Yury Oparin, co-founder and CTO of OpenCover. Hello, welcome. He will unravel the current landscape of on-chain insurance, shedding a light on the challenges, their origins, and the anticipated developments in the future.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yury. My co-founder, Jeremiah, you can see it on the slides, couldn't make it today to Istanbul because he's got COVID, unfortunately. So I see there is a camera. I'm not sure if that's going to live stream, but if it is, Jay, get well. All right, so so at OpenCover, we specialize in helping companies and individuals stay safe on chain. We've been collecting data about on-chain insurance and cover space for about 18 months. And recently this year, we published the report on the state of DeFi cover. So today I'm going to be focusing on the insights from that data, the state of the space right now, and what we are excited about for it in the future. Before we delve into data, I would first like to take a moment and talk about what we informally call on-chain insurance and the risks it protects us from. There are, in fact, technically speaking, two types of on-chain insurance. There is the on-chain insurance and the on-chain cover. And while both of them protect you from financial losses due to risks of transacting on-chain, they differ in how they are legally structured. So on-chain insurance is a regulated product from the traditional on-chain, off-chain world, and on-chain cover is a native DeFi equivalent of it. And usually, one of the ways to structure it is to create a discretionary mutual. And this is a bit tricky when we talk about on-chain insurance and on-chain cover, but then there are also off-chain and on-chain providers of that cover and insurance. And as you can see at the top of the table, the on-chain providers, they have, well, it's usually a protocol deployed in blockchain. And for sort of regulated, those are not regulated on the top, but the regulated ones can be off-chain, and that's the usual case. But there are some exceptions, like the names, which have also on-chain infrastructure built. There are 15 of them currently active in the space, and one interesting thing is that you can actually buy on-chain insurance from an off-chain provider, which is regulated. In terms of types of covers, there are 5. The top ones, the P2C ones, they protect you from things like smart contract bugs, governance attacks, oracle manipulation, stablecoin defects. There is a recent one to guarantee the outcome of a breach transaction. And there are sort of B2B at the bottom here to protect validators from slashing or protocols, which was discussed previously today, from sort of vulnerabilities that were not caught during an audit process. Now that we've done with the theoretical part, let's take a look at the data. This is the last 12 months. We can see here, and this is the value of underwriting capital denominated in USD for the top 10 on-chain providers. We don't have much data for off-chain ones. And as you can see right now, the TVL is around 350 million. But to understand the dynamics and the change, if it actually changed, it's best to look into not the USD denomination, but Ether, since it's mostly held in crypto anyway. And here we can see that although there was a drop at the beginning of the year, the first quarter, it wasn't that sort of significant. More or less, it stays the same throughout the year. However, what's a bit surprising is that the active cover amount has dropped significantly by 70%. And sort of right now at about 45,000 ethers. And if you take current DeFi TVL, it's like a fraction of a percent, which is covered right now. Yeah, so on-chain cover sold. There was some activity in February and recently, but as we can see from the previous slide, that didn't really result in increase in active cover amounts. So most likely those were incentivized purchases. And the kind of real picture is that still early days for on-chain cover. And the number of unique addresses that purchased the cover at least once, that they are in the low 10,000s. You can compare that number with 6 million unique addresses that interacted with DeFi. So it's pretty low still. On-chain payments, they're happening. You can see that on the red, these are hacks. Right now it's totaling 44 million all time, and it's been an increase of 12 million in the past year. And now if we take that data into account and look at how much providers are profitable, then we have to look at their loss ratio, which is the ratio between claim payouts and premiums earned. And we can see, unfortunately, from this data that most of them, it exceeds 100%, which means that they are in the net loss situation, at least for now. All right, so if we combine all this data, one interesting insight we can get, rather striking one, is that the amount of active cover is only a third of its available capacity. And it's just a fraction of, it's covering a fraction of DeFi. And you put that into perspective of what's happening in this space and how secure this space is, where even most established protocols are being at risk of being hacked. This could be surprising. So why is this happening? Our hypothesis is that, yes, it's partially due to lower DeFi yields. Like it's very clear, the active cover amount that decrease in a linear, that's sort of apparent, because it's might be not economical to purchase an insurance at this point. But because the number of those unique addresses that ever purchased an insurance still pretty low, in the tens of thousands, it seems to be that distribution and product market fit for current insurance products is an issue. And the reason for this, we think, is that we see some inefficiency, or like, because we're in the early days, now it's mostly the underwriter's game, and they do all sorts of jobs. They do underwriting activities, which they have to do, but they also do distribution and creating new products, and it's tough. So we believe what's coming next is the emergence of broker agent laws. And they will not only distribute the existing products, they will actually create new products with end users in mind and underwriters in mind. And that actually will this will help them create the products which can be valued by the users, like, for example, insured yield vaults, or there was a transaction insurance for bridges, or scam protection, even. And we see that happening a bit in the space where underwriters now create marketplaces, or try to create marketplace infrastructure, and letting others to build on top of it. So, for example, with Nexus Mutual V2, or with names, that is the case, though few here as well doing this. And a final thought on this is that the more distributors and the more insurance products we have, the better on-chain safety is, and the better on-chain adoption we can see in the space, which is so much needed right now, and especially from risk-averse users. So I think that is where the trajectory is going to be. Sorry, it's the last slide. The talk is really short, but if you have questions, then happy to answer. Thank you.
I think an obvious question is, of course, thanks for the great talk and for putting numbers to our feelings. That I think in whole DeFi, the loss ratio is over 100% if you just accumulate the whole protocol. So in the past, it was a profitable strategy just to buy covers. But as you have pointed out, the volume is dropping. So why is nobody buying insurance when it's basically too cheap, what the loss ratio is pointing out? This would be my first question. The second one is, what new products are you seeing besides this bridge transaction which you mentioned before? Are you seeing something else, or something which we as a community could build? Is there demand?
All right, so with the first one, so right now, when you look at DeFi yields, the risk you're taking, and sort of even just on the execution, what you need to do as a user to reasonably subtract doesn't make it economical, and probably not really for many protocols. It's not the case. So it's one of the reasons. But the bigger one is distribution. Like, I appreciate that in this audience, everyone knows about insurance and everyone knows they can buy insurance. But in the space in general, it's a very unknown topic, and it's not even clear how to do it. It's really complicated. We just like had a talk with a security firm. They just want to provide as a sort of not service on their behalf, but like even like recommend someone who will ensure their audit. And does this product exist? And we just had a brief chat and figure out that it doesn't really exist. So there is lack of it. Even the people who actually want to get protection, they really can't. It's just the chain proof you get like build the full pipeline together with names like possible, but it's really complicated. For end users, I don't know if you went to Nexus Mutual website. It's challenging to buy a cover, I would say. Not so easy. So that's the first part and of the question. And the second, the types of products. Well, apart from like insured vaults and some work on like scam protection, compliance, we don't see yet much other products. I guess it's still early days. We're just like shaping and building. So hopefully that will, this ETC here will become more and more over time. Any others? Great.
So next up, change of plans.
Next slot would have been Valerio, but he's just sick. He has become sick, so he wants to dial in, but dialing in somehow not yet working. We are waiting for him. And in the meantime, Guangmiang will take his place.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Guangmiang. I'm the Integrations and Partnerships Lead at Claros. How many of you here has heard of Claros before today? With us, quite a one-third. So, I'll go on to the next slide. So today I'm going to talk about optimistic governance in insurance protocols. So Claros, we are, for those who don't know, we're a dispute resolution protocol. We are the first decentralized port on Ethereum blockchain, and we still are the biggest decentralized port project so far in the Ethereum ecosystem. So just before I go into what optimistic governance means or can mean in the insurance context, let me talk a bit about what Claros does. So we are, in technical terms, what you call a subjective oracle. So you have oracles like Chainlink, which gives you price feed information, but it's very objective information. Then in the oracle world, there's a subset of solutions that deal with extremely subjective questions, like it can be as simple as is this carpet blue or green? Or it can be as complex as is this particular claim consistent with the policy of the DAO or insurance policy? And that is what Claros deals with. That is our core business. The Claros core sits at the core center of the entire Claros ecosystem. So we have a subjective oracle that buttresses oracle use cases, data curation use cases, identity verification, and so on. The Claros core is what you would typically call in game theory a shelling game, which is basically we get uncoordinated people to come together to coordinate on what the answer to a very subjective question should be. If you give randomly, it is based on this idea called a shelling game, a shelling point. So the shelling point is the solution that a group of people has to choose if you give them a question and they do not have the ability to communicate with each other. In those situations, what they have is common sense, their own knowledge, and the information that they have at hand that is available to everyone. So if you tell them, hey, if you choose the same answer as the majority of the jury pool, you get a reward, otherwise you get slashed very heavily. you will see that they will try to use the information they have at hand to choose the most sensible answer. So that is the principle behind Claros Court. And we are a fully permissionless and trustless court system. And what that means is you do not need to present your law degree or engineering degree. We use crypto economic incentives to ensure that people with the right incentives are, with the right knowledge, are staked in the court that we want you to be in. So for example, if you're a smart contract developer, you would like, typically if you are hired to do any work, you will be hired, you will be paid, let's say, $100 an hour. That would be, the technical court of Claros would be a good place for you to stake. Because if you arbitrate in a case about smart contract audits or technical issues, that is the coherence reward that you earn for arbitrating in one case. On the other hand, if you are someone that speaks English and you don't have any specific skill set that fits into one of the courts, the coherence reward for you arbitrating in, let's say, the general court, college humanities court, will be in the order of about $10 per dispute. Yeah, so we have something for everyone, and it is meant to encourage people with the right incentive, right knowledge to stake, and those who do not have the right knowledge to stay out of the court because they will lose an order of magnitude more money than they will stand to earn if they don't know what they're doing. Yeah. Just very quickly talking about the mechanism behind integration with Claros Court. We integrate, when you speak with the Claros Court, it's basically like how you talk to Chiew. So a request response scheme. You pass a dispute to Claros on chain. Claros Court is just a singleton smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. And when we are done arbitrating, which can take anything from 5 days to 2 months, depending on how contentious the case is, just like in real world courts. When we're done, we will call, the contract will call your contract back with the final ruling, and you can do what you want. Claros is a judiciary system. We do not deal with the writing of laws. We do not deal with the hanging of people. We do not execute. We give you the ruling, and you decide what you want to do with it. Yeah, just like real world courts. We are not the police. One final note about what process looks like in the Claros Court. When you deposit the arbitration fee into the Claros Court, the gear starts to churn. We will start drawing the random number generator will run. We will draw jury into the dispute. They will have time to review the evidence. They have time to vote, and you have a certain period of time for anybody on the internet to appeal any ruling that you deem to be incorrect. The appeal system of Claros is one of the most important design aspects of our court. The appeal system is meant to make sure that if a jury is randomly voting or people that don't know what they're doing are voting in the case, that they will be punished anyway. Anybody can step in, appeal, try to overturn, convince the jury in the next round, and if they win, they stand to win a portion of the stake that is attended in this specific dispute. Yeah. So this is Claros Court. Any questions about how we function or what we are at this point before I go on to insurance? Questions? No? So what can Claros Court do for insurance protocols? Claros Court, there are 3 main ways we can work with insurance protocols. So the first one is, of course, very obvious, claim arbitration. Right? People who are buying insurance protocols in decentralized insurance are mostly buying covers from mutuals. And one common accusation that people have towards these protocols is, why would people vote to use their money to protect me when it is their money, right? People who are, you might say the policy says that I qualify for this claim and I should be paid for this, but there is an inherent conflict of interest in letting the very people who contributed money to the pool to vote on whether the money should be used to pay out people. So that is when an independent arbitration system for claims could be potentially very useful. That's number one. The second is parametric insurance. So Claros, we are a subjective oracle, which means that we can be used to provide answers to very, very arbitrary, ad hoc, subjective questions. It can be from, hey, did this contract get hacked according to one of these 5 reasons, right? To things like, did it rain in Kenya yesterday for 5 straight days? To, was there a car accident taking place at this time in this city at this particular junction? Any question that you can write out in a sentence can potentially be used for arbitration in Claros Court. And the last one is, if you are running an insurance protocol you can potentially use Claros to decentralize the spinning up of new instances within your protocol. So for the Ethereum is a good example. Ethereum provides a framework, the generic insurance framework for you to spin up new pools, new instances if you want. But if there are too many of that in the market, the question could be, hey, there are 10,000 of those on the market. Which of them are actually safe to use? Which of them actually has a good team managing it and risk parameters configured? And that is when Claros could potentially be used as well to rule on whether something complies with the set of verification requirements. So now, I've given a broad overview. Let me dive into how it works one by one. So Claros Court, we are what we believe to be, and hope to be, and strive to be, and continue to be a credibly neutral arbitration system. What does that mean? That means we do not write specific people into the design of the court. The functioning of the court is fully transparent and visible to everyone. Every step of the voting process, the drawing of the jurors, is auditable on the blockchain. And yeah, it is also, it doesn't change a lot. It is a single contract, so it's very easy for you to audit what is happening. The appeal system, as I mentioned, is very important. It allows us to, or anybody on the internet, to make sure that, hey, there is no negligence in the ruling, there is no random voting. Anybody who sees something wrong can step in and overturn the ruling. And besides insurance protocols, we also use in social recovery protocols. Can be used for e-commerce disputes. Basically, any kind of subjective disagreements on chain can be potentially escalated in Claros Court. A short word about how we can be used as a subjective oracle. Claros, we work with a subjective oracle solution called Reality.eth. Some of you who are very OG in the crypto space might have heard it in 2017-18, and it is still functioning. Reality.eth is a oracle that uses an escalation game to decide what the answer to a question should be. So you can say like, what is the, you can ask any question there, like, is this claim supposed to be paid out, or did it rain in this particular place for 5 days, right? And people can propose answers to it. The initial way for you to propose answers is to pose a bond. You will say, yes, and here is 5 ETH to back up my answer. And if someone disagrees with you, you say, no, I disagree with you, and here's 10 ETH. So every time you answer the question, you double the bond. And of course, that is not secure enough to resolve a very important question. If there is a $5 million payout hanging on the true or falseness of a certain question, people will just keep on whale attacking this thing until they get their way, right? So that is not secure enough. For simple questions, yes, but for extremely high stakes, you need to change the mechanism in which the question is resolved. And that is where Claros Court comes into play. So you can potentially use Claros or this Reality.eth oracle to link it to a certain payout parameter within your parametric insurance protocol, and just configure Claros Court as the backstop for whale attacks on the answering question. Now, this is actually the most interesting product of Claros. So Claros, we are known for disputes, but the biggest use case of Claros right now, where we get the most activity on court, is actually Claros Curate. And so instead of using arbitration, which is, I call, a pessimistic way of resolving questions, use an optimistic way of proposing answers to things. So we create lists of things, and it can be address tags, it can be tokens, it can be listed NFTs, it can be a list of anything you want. Anybody who wants to propose a new entry to the list just puts a new data entry. It's like a Google Sheet with no permissions. Anybody can add things to it. But if you do, when you add something to it, you post, let's say $80 or $100, and you pin it on the Google Sheet. I mean, just imagine that you can pin something on a Google Sheet. Yeah, and if someone disagrees with you, they will say, hey, I challenge you to court, and I win. I will take the $10 or $100 that you pin to that particular entry. So that is what Claros Curate is. We take deposits for each new entry for a certain period of time. If there is no challenge, it gets returned to the person who submitted it. If not, it goes to arbitration, and whoever wins the dispute gets the deposits. So why is this relevant for insurance protocols? If you have a decentralized insurance protocol that allows anyone to spin up new instances, you can potentially use Claros Curate to decentralize the curation of what is allowed, what is verified, and distinguish between tiers of verification. Right now, I know many these kind of curation exercises are done by centralized committees. We have people that are multi-sigs, behind multi-sigs, committees, or sometimes it's just straight up someone dictating what should be or should not be on the list. Right? Claros is a way for you to use the same set of rules, but fully decentralize the decision-making process. And if you're interested to know how to use it, this is a step-by-step guide on how to do it. Let's take a policy, save it as a PDF, go to our interface in the middle, upload it, decide the name of the list, and then after that, anybody can submit new entries to the list through the interface. If there's a dispute, it goes to Claros Court. Otherwise, it will optimistically be accepted into the registry. The data on the registries can then be read in two different ways. You can do it on chain by just polling the contract and say, hey, is this specific entry on the list? Or you can just read it from the subgraph linked to the contract and display what you need on your front end. Besides insurance protocols, Claros Curate is used in a wide variety of use cases. We curate fungible tokens for all those exchanges over there, address tags for Etherscan Alpha Wallet, and we also curate contract domain name mappings for Ledger and MetaMask. Yeah. So to summarize, these are the three ways Claros can be used, and yeah, we're always looking to work with new insurance protocols who are very keen on decentralizing their governance processes, whether it is for clearing arbitration or in new ways of structuring the subjective oracle setup, or to decentralize the curation of instances within your community. Yeah, thank you. My socials, if you want to connect, just scan my Telegram. Are there any questions that I can take right now? Yes, please, at the back.
Hi. So I was wondering if somebody could abuse the system you described and turn it into Amazon Mechanical Turk on-chain. Like, for example, post 1,000 photos, claim that all of them are dogs, and then put like $1 on each one of them to force people to classify the photos on-chain and keep the payment.
Yeah, that is actually a great use case of Claros. Like we don't see it as a hack. It is Claros can be used optimistically, where you propose something and gets challenged, or you can use it as a way to do a lot of verification and onboarding using a decentralized pool of people. So absolutely, I don't see it as a hack. I think this is a great use case of Claros. Any other questions?
Yeah, a really good presentation. Thank you. I just wanted to find out, and maybe I'm partly response, right? But do you have the ability to do kind of scenario testing and liability?
Yeah, absolutely. So Claros, we in real-world court systems, we can be used as a form of expert determination. So it can be used for expert determination. It can be used for mediation. If you're not sure whether you want to take it to a real-world court or not and spend $50,000 on court fees, you can potentially put it to Claros Court and see what is likely to be the answer. Whether the jury will be unanimous on this, or is it going to be very contentious? If so, perhaps you stand a chance in a real-world court. Yeah. We also have if you want to try this kind of process in a real-world legal setting, we have standard clauses that you can include in your contracts. And there are several auditing firms that actually use Claros as part of their dispute resolution clause, saying that if you disagree with the quality of the work or anything down the line, the first step is Claros arbitration. And after that, if you decide you disagree with that, you can go to a real-world court for further real arbitration. We are not technical, just like in the insurance world, we cannot call this real New York Convention compliant arbitration, right? Just like insurance protocols, in many instances, you cannot call yourself an insurance. You need to call yourself a cover or some kind of protection. You know? So, yeah, but it is what it is. You know, it's a way to resolve disputes, whether you recognize it as arbitration. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
All right. So our next speaker will be Valerio Fichera. He will join us via Zoom. I hope everything works. He is an active contributor to the Ethereum ecosystem, and today he will tell us about the development of EIP 7265 and the impact that it has on on-chain insurance. So,
hi, can you hear me? Hello? Ah, here I am. Great. Yeah, I'm very sorry I couldn't make it in person. I have been getting a little bit sick yesterday, but yeah, I hope still to maybe feel better tomorrow and find another occasion to meet up maybe for people. But let's maybe get started. So I'll share my screen. I hope this works. Yes, it does. Great. So EIP 7265 is, yeah, like it says in the Ethereum improvement proposal that focuses on circuit breakers. So how to implement circuit breakers. I cannot see the audience now. If I would have been in person, I would have asked who of you knows circuit breakers from traditional finance. For those who know it, it's basically a one-to-one analogy how to bring circuit breakers into DeFi markets and how to implement them in DeFi markets and how to build a standardized way of doing that. So protocols right now already have some sort of circuit breakers in place, but they all have like their own names. Aave does it, for example, with Gauntlet. They call it kill switches. There's a couple different ways, and the really big issue of why this is important is $4 billion have been stolen in 2022 through smart contract exploits, while 1 billion were spent. So basically, for every dollar spent, 4 got stolen. It's a very inefficient market, and yet a fair market. Current methods are not enough, and this adds EIP 7265 aims to add a new layer of security to the common best practices of Web3 protocols. So basically, what you would do in your what would be your best practices in your deployment process after internal code reviews, doing an audit later on, and in production having a bug bounty. That's the most you can do so far, because like there is no proactive measures you can take. With EIP 7265, we're adding a new layer of in production security. So how it works. Basically, as an example, it can be any arbitrary number that can be tracked, but for simplicity, and I don't want to get too deep into the technicalities of it, imagine you can check TVL inflows and outflows and create a threshold for this over a given time period. So basically, the TVL inflows and outflows, so the TVL change will be tracked through every transaction happening. And when a certain threshold is surpassed, the circuit breaker will trigger and then allow the protocol to have a different variety of cases security measures it can take. For example, rejecting the transaction, blocking the transaction. Actually, nice talk we just had before from Kraus. You can also find a arbitration solution of what to do by freezing the funds and then starting off a governance proposal to decide if it was a legit transaction or it was a hack. And even start an arbitration case based on that. But why I really am excited about this in the context of on-chain insurance is that what EIP 7265 really means. I know this is looks a little bit complicated, but what I want to say with that is it allows us to quantify the risks of exploit. So imagine you have a threshold created and you know in which area the smart contract will be operating. And the area below that is not subject to an exploit. So you know the maximum impact of the maximum given impact of an exploit, and you can calculate very accurately against that insurance premiums. And therefore, yeah, provide fully decentralized insurance. Presentation. I'm sorry. Hello? Can you hear me? The call just cut off.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Sorry for the inconvenience. I will share my screen again. I hope I am still on the presentation on the where we want to see.
Yes.
Great. So yeah, basically that's EIP 7265 in simple terms. Yeah, I invite you also, like, we have also at Istanbul here at DevConnect here an event tomorrow, and to which where we will have workshops and talks around EIP 7265, and where we will be having talks. And I'm very open to answer your questions and talk with the audience, engage with the audience, however, in whatever way it is possible now.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions?
Thank you too.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you too, and thanks for having me and making this last minute possible to do remote. For everyone who wants to reach out to me, feel free to scan QR codes.
Get well soon. So I think we have a 20-minute break now, coffee break, and then we're gonna meet back here for one last round.
everybody, we're gonna start in the last block of our presentations. We have 2 more presentations. Thank you. So our next and last block will be about real-world risks and impact insurance. And next speaker is Confino. He unfortunately couldn't be here in person, but we're very happy to have him via Zoom call. Hi, Roy. He's from the Lemonade Foundation, and he's going to talk about the Lemonade Crypto Climate Coalition.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Would you like me to share my screen and kick it off, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So 1 second, if that's okay. My apologies. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see that.
All right. So, hi everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm sorry that I couldn't make it physically. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm Roy. I'm from the Lemonade Foundation. The Lemonade Foundation is Lemonade, the insurance company's nonprofit arm. What we do is we build exponential technology to solve real-world problems. And today I want to tell you about a super exciting project that we've been working on together with our partners in Etherisk and other partners. And that is basically fighting world hunger with a blockchain. Now, I know that sounds big, and it especially, I think, sounds big because we all feel that there's a lot of potential for blockchain to bring about really dramatic, fundamental, maybe even historic changes to the way that our economy and culture operate. But I think I would say that potential has not yet been kind of like made enough impact on the people that really need this the most, and that's the unbanked, the uninsured, and the unprotected. And I would say that I believe that using insurance as a bridgehead to connect the blockchain and the real world, that really is a way to scalably reach the uninsured and deliver that impact. And I hope that by the end of this presentation, you'll see why I believe this. But I'd like to start by telling you a bit about Grace. Grace is a subsistence farmer we met a few months ago. She and her family live off the crops that they grow. And for Grace and for farmers like Grace, too little or too much rain is something that can be literally life-threatening. Grace lives in an area in southern Kenya called Taita Taveta, near a town called Voi. And in the past 6 months ago, that area, that county, experienced one of the worst droughts in recent history. And many of the farmers there were left struggling to survive. And the farmers in the region, who are, by the way, predominantly women, they use these crops to feed their family. And Grace, for example, is the sole breadwinner, excuse me, in her household. Her husband and her son are both unemployed. And this is Grace's shamba. That's garden in Swahili. It's not exactly what comes to mind when we think about a farm in, in Europe or in the US. Grace does everything on her own. There's no machinery, there's no fertilizer, there are no beasts of burden. There's also no irrigation. So if it rains, the crops grow. If it doesn't rain, they don't grow. And 6 months ago, it didn't. In a regular season, Grace would harvest around 100 kilos of mung beans. Those 100 kilos would be enough to feed her family until the next planting season, which is 6 months away. But in a season where nothing grew, the entire family is at risk. So we asked ourselves, how can we help farmers like Grace ensure their food security? And that's the focus of the Lemonade Foundation's first project. And that project is called the Lemonade Crypto Climate Coalition. Again, Etherisk is part of this coalition. We brought together some of the best companies in reinsurance and parametric data and automation, payments, blockchain infrastructure, and on-the-ground distribution. And we created a group of companies that basically provides financial protection to these farmers. And the way that we provide that financial protection is by providing crop insurance. If their crops don't grow, we pay them. And a few months ago, as I mentioned, for the first time, Grace and thousands of other farmers like her received blockchain payments based on this crop insurer for the first time. And I think the amazing thing is that these payments enable them to save their families from hunger and to sustain their livelihood. So I think the interesting question here is if insurance is the solution for many of these problems, why isn't it widely available to farmers like Grace? And it isn't widely available. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, in Kenya, which is where I grew up, only about 3% of farmers have access to traditional crop insurance. And at first approximation, basically no one has insurance. So the reason that traditional coverage is not available is that it's often unaffordable. In an emerging market, providing insurance is not an attractive thing for a traditional insurance company. For example, if the premiums are $1 to $2, $3, $4, there really is no meat on the bone to pay for example, underwriting, which for a traditional insurance company is very costly and very time-consuming. There's also not enough to pay for distribution. Most distribution with insurance companies is done through brokers. And brokers usually don't want to sell low-cost policies. And finally, even if you do have underwriting and distribution, the claims handling usually costs more than the actual payment of the claim. The claim can be $50, $60, $70, and the process of the claim can be more than that. So it's not a scalable solution. And for traditional insurance, it just doesn't work. That's where we believe the magic comes in, and that's the combination of blockchain insurance and data. And in that combination, this is where the magic lies, and this is what we're trying to solve. So by using a DAO, a company that's registered on the blockchain instead of in Delaware, instead of a traditional insurance company, by using smart contracts instead of an insurance policy, by using oracles instead of claims professionals, it makes the economics work, right? And once all this infrastructure is in place, this product becomes infinitely scalable because reaching Peru and reaching Papua New Guinea cost the same once this infrastructure is ready. In addition, we're also planning to provide this insurance at cost. So the coalition does not expect to make a profit. We expect to only charge the expected loss for this product, and there's going to be no profit margin, which reduces the cost even more. And by the way, you know, we like to quip that who the hell trusts their insurance company? And in a world of blockchain, we can go from a model that's distrusted to a trustless model. Basically, what we can do is by putting everything on chain in a transparent way, if a claim is paid or not paid, it's not at the mercy of some unnamed bureaucracy in the back. It's right there. It's in plain sight. Everyone can see, everyone can validate it. And that basically means that we can hopefully increase the trust in insurance in general. And if the blockchain, I'm not sure if you can see this video, but if the blockchain sounds complicated, it doesn't have to be. You can see here one of the farmers that's actually going through the onboarding process. And it's very, very simplified. It's a text-based interaction, very similar to the existing products that these farmers are available and used to using in Kenya. And what you're seeing here is she's actually doing the onboarding as we speak. It takes about 30 seconds, and she's done. That's it. She bought the insurance. So just because it's blockchain doesn't mean it has to be complicated. You can see another slide here of what the user interface looks like. So basically, when the season is over and the parametric weather data is gathered, payouts can be made instantly. And they're automatically deposited into the mobile payment system without the farmer needing to do anything, without needing to claim, without anything. And we basically built this so that these farmers can use a smartphone like we saw on the previous slide, or a feature phone like this, one of our customers in Taita Taveta County. The Lemonade Crypto Climate Coalition provides the initial capital to backstop these smart contracts, to provide reinsurance, as it were. But over time, we'd like to allow all crypto investors to be able to fund this DAO. And again, all of this is orchestrated by a native, or will be orchestrated by a native DAO token that can also reward the participation of the broader community. So a few months ago, we visited Kenya to meet the farmers and to see the first payout process. And these farmers, after they were paid, they said, "Tonight, I will have a full belly." And among those farmers was also Grace. And for us, it was really a moving moment to see the amazing impact that we were able to deliver. We are currently insuring about 7,000 farmers in the region, and seeing firsthand this impact was really, really amazing. And what we want to do is to make sure that many more communities have access to this. So if we have, let's say, 500 million farms of subsistence farmers in the world, which potentially provide about 2 billion people with livelihood, we'd love to be able to insure all of them using this platform and similar platforms. That's what we're going to be focusing on going forward. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take a quick question or two if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Roy. Are there any questions?
quick question. How do we connect with you?
I can't really hear. I'm sorry.
How can we connect with you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Christoph, can you type it in the chat?
Okay, so thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to jump, but I really appreciate the time. And I hope to see everyone soon. And again, if you'd like to contact us or be involved, please feel free to reach out. The team has our email. Take care. Thank you very much. Good luck. Have a successful conference and be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Take care.
Okay. So we will have the last talk for today by Hui Lin Chien from Etherisk Impact. And she's going to talk about Etherisk Impact's work with smallholder farmers and climate risk insurance.
Hello again, everyone. I'm just waiting for my slides to, yeah, so I have like the privilege of being the final speaker for today, which I know is always like the most exciting one, right? Yeah, so I kind of sort of see my presentation as a continuation of Roy's story. I feel like from Roy's presentation, it should be very clear the importance of this work with smallholder farmers and climate risk insurance. But in any case, I would just like to share with you a little bit about what Etherisk and specifically like the team that I'm from, Etherisk Impact, is doing with in this space. So yes, same question as you, how do I move the slides? But now I know. Great. So yeah, just a few brief words about Etherisk Impact. We are the impact arm, it's in our name, of the Etherisk ecosystem. And what that means is that we focus on bringing to scale use cases that relate to basically insurance with social impact. So generally inclusive insurance, but our current priority right now is very much on climate risk insurance for smallholder farmers. So if you are familiar with the work of Etherisk and the generic insurance framework and how it works, you know that we work largely with parametric insurance. So for example, things like rainfall insurance and so on. I myself am from an international development and regulatory background. I worked slightly over 10 years in inclusive insurance, first as a regulator at the Malaysian regulator, where I was spearheading the micro insurance initiatives there. So very, very much TradFi, and I don't know if you would say even worse, at a regulator. And yeah, and after that, I moved to the Access to Insurance Initiative, which is a global organization that works with insurance regulators in emerging markets to help them sort of make insurance more inclusive and innovative. So that's about me. That's about Etherisk Impact. And great. So I think it should be clear from Roy's presentation, but why focus on smallholder farmer risks? Why is Etherisk Impact working in this space? Firstly, we think there's a huge problem to solve. The climate protection gap is extremely large. So to sort of borrow Aeon's data here, in 2022, 58% of global losses related to climate and disaster events were uninsured. So which means out of 313 billion, about 181 billion were uninsured losses. So that's a really huge gap. Secondly, I'm not sure whether you've heard this saying of how climate and disaster events do not discriminate in who they impact, but ultimately smallholder farmers and vulnerable people are the ones who suffer the most. So that very much sort of drives our mission here. And I mentioned earlier in the panel how there are about 500 million smallholder farmers in the world estimated. The data is actually very shaky on this one. and about 3% of that, only about 3% of these farmers are insured. Now, their livelihoods are extremely volatile. Many of these smallholder farmers live season to season, and one bad season with bad rainfall could really be a matter of life and death for them, right? So for us, we see that our involvement here is two-pronged. One is really there's a problem to solve, which we think that the generic insurance framework and blockchain can make a contribution. And secondly, we really see this as an opportunity. So a little bit about smallholder farmers. Most developing countries in the world are actually agricultural dependent. And I grew up in a sort of smallish town in Malaysia where I lived very close to a lot of sort of small-sized paddy fields. And I always thought that, oh, you know, how romantic they are. We used to draw them in art lessons, you know, because, you know, the village life was seen as very idyllic and very poetic. But I think the truth is, and you know now, is that smallholder farmers live very, very hard lives, right? And their farms tend to be quite small. It's about normally half a hectare to 2 hectares. So imagine about 2 football fields, and that's roughly how big a smallholder farm is. They face perils like extreme heat, erratic rainfall, winds, and you know, it doesn't even take a huge catastrophe to really impact a farmer's life. It could just be lower than usual rains for the season, and it hits a farmer in the middle of season, they lose their crop and they're unable to replant, and they don't have income from the season, right? So that's how exposed they are. And the next question for me is also, why should you care? I think for most of us, smallholder farmers are quite remote from the day-to-day lives that we live. But ultimately, smallholder farmers make a huge contribution to food security. Now, if you remember the devastating floods in Pakistan last year, in a single province, 1.9 million tons of rice were lost from that single province. And just in comparison, Malaysians consume about 2.7 million tons of rice every year. So just to give you the perspective that, you know, that's almost a whole country's consumption of rice, which is Malaysia's staple, right? And yeah, as I mentioned, most of these farmers do not have insurance. They are also food insecure themselves. So what does the generic insurance framework have to do with smallholder farmers? I talked a little bit about this during the panel earlier. So we make it faster, cheaper, and more transparent. That's what we do. Faster because, firstly, when you work with parametric insurance, there's no need for the farmer to submit a loss assessment, for the insurer to send the loss assessor down to the farm to verify that. So it's ultimately based on objective data, like satellite data, which can be pulled from public and reliable sources. That's one. And when you add smart contracts into the mix, when you automate that process, it cuts out a lot of manual steps that takes time and resources. Secondly, by cutting out the manual steps, you also make it operationally more efficient. You reduce the number of staff hours spent on claims processes. And we make it more transparent as well. I mean, this one you should all be familiar with, the idea that, you know, end-to-end transactions would be generating live real-time data on chain, which can then be easily used by regulators, by donors, by insurers and reinsurers as a source of monitoring and to see where the funds are going. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an update of the projects that we've been working on in the past few years. So Ethereum's Impact started sort of venturing into this space in about 2018 with pilots in Sri Lanka with Aeon and Oxfam, where we reached a few hundred farmers using a rainfall data based on weather stations. That was kind of the beginning of our smallholder farmer climate insurance journey. 2021, 2022, we then started on the project, which is still ongoing, with Acre Africa. Acre Africa is one of the largest insurance intermediaries in sub-Saharan Africa that works very closely with smallholder farmers, a couple of million farmers in the entire region. And we worked with them to onboard by now about 30,000 farmers on chain. And in one of the seasons, we paid out 6,000 of the farmers. And we managed to do this within the range of 24 hours to 5 days. Now, in comparison, without the use of the blockchain platform prior to that, the sort of rough average industry standard for this was 3 months to 6 months. So we cut down claims payout timelines from 3 to 6 months to 24 hours to 5 days, which makes a huge difference in a farmer's life when they are able to receive the money mid-season in time to be able to replant and prepare for the next season. We also helped them to cut down, for this season, we also helped them to cut down operational costs by about 70%, which of course is a huge margin. And one feature that we added here was also farmers were able to receive weather updates throughout the season as well, so they kind of know their policy status and whether a claim has been triggered or not. So that's Eco Africa. We are quite happy that the project is still ongoing, and we've been busy integrating like soil moisture index as well. And yeah, and that's, I forgot to mention that, no, it's up there on the slide. This project is in Kenya. Lemonade, you've already heard all about it from Roy, so I'm not really going to go into that one. We'll also just like to share a little bit about our work with the World Food Programme in Burkina Faso and just some of the lessons that we learned from there. So with the UN World Food Programme, last year we were selected from out of about 800 applicants to get into the Innovation Accelerator, in which we were matched with WFP Burkina Faso to help improve the provision of climate risk insurance to about 5,500 farmers. So at this point, we're about to sort of close the season and preparing for claims. So we're very excited to see where this goes. And this has really been quite an interesting experience for us working in WFP, because what you realize from working on the ground in agricultural insurance is that there are always a lot of sort of practical challenges that you have to overcome, which doesn't necessarily relate to the tech, but often involves the institutional setups and how stakeholders sort of work with each other, and it's always a lot of things to sort of streamline. So with WFP, what we found that a real value of blockchain was the idea that you could provide a single source of truth of how the policy is doing and where the claims data is at. Because and I'm not talking about WFP in particular, but many index insurance or parametric insurance programs today in the agricultural space, although in theory you should be able to approve a claim based on the data, there's still a lot of manual work that goes into it, right? You still sort of populate an Excel sheet, you still have to share it with the appropriate stakeholders, where different people have to give their approvals before the final payout is made. So we were able to sort of help streamline some of that and provide a single source of truth. And the idea is that every stakeholder can then sort of extract the data themselves on chain and anytime in the season. That's one. Also in terms of claims as well, because with agricultural insurance, you always have some kind of government agency involved, an NGO on the ground, a UNWFP. So oftentimes claims take longer than they can be. So for example, WFP has said that, average sort of claims payout timeline is 120 days for them. They said they're not proud of it, but, there's a lot of room for us to add value here, as a community. So yeah, I would say that this space is definitely a very interesting and complex one. But we found in our years of work here that really there's a lot of value that decentralized insurance can bring into this space in terms of speeding things up and really bringing payments in time to farmers when they need them. And yeah, I mean, just sort of to sum up on our journey so far, I would definitely say that we are very happy that we made a lot of sort of technical progress over the years. I mean, you heard from Matthias this morning about the possible addition of sort of the distribution commissions and that allows you to also expand new distribution models as well. So we are very happy with the technical progress we've made. And I think more importantly to say here is that I think we've really benefited from this collaboration with the traditional insurance world. I mean, it sounds a little bit derogatory when you say it like that, but you know what I mean. I think it's been really a fruitful collaboration. And we've seen a lot of support and interest coming from really stakeholders like the United Nations and World Food Programme and big regional reinsurers that 5 years ago, we wouldn't have thought that they would be interested to have a conversation with us. So we are really very excited about this. There are lots of problems to be solved, of course. I mean, one thing you can definitely see from the story so far is that farmers don't earn very much. So how are they affording the insurance premiums? But, we are working on a solution for that. And we are very excited about the potential sort of project that's coming up. We can't really reveal the details of that yet, but we hope that you will continue to follow us and sort of, come with us on this journey as we continue to make a difference in the lives of smallholder farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Hi, thank you very much for the awesome talk. And it does make a lot of sense to do this because we all depend on these products, but the risk is concentrated. So it makes sense to spread it. And from that angle, I'm curious if it's going to be possible for a regular person like myself to become an underwriter in the future and potentially provide capital for these policies.
I would say that we are definitely optimistic about that, right? But it really depends on the country you're working in and stakeholders that you're working with. I think right now, working with sort of the more traditional stakeholders in the space, governments and the United Nations, the World Food Programme, it's still going to be a few years, I would say, before they are really fully open to the idea of sort of moving money on chain.
Yep.
And tapping on sort of Web3 kind of risk pool and crypto risk pools. But I would say that that is definitely a step-by-step journey. And I think the first thing to do now in the pilots and the projects that we are working on is to sort of to at least prove to them the legitimacy of the infrastructure. First step to show them that, okay, this is what single source of truth means, this is what automation means, and you can pull out the data and check it yourself anytime, you or the reinsurer, and you can compare that and you can be sure it's from the same source of data. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hello, Hui Lin.
Hello.
So what an excellent speech. Just a few couple simple questions. If customer wants to withdraw money or claim money, how will you provide for the fiat currency or crypto? The second one is how should they claim?
Yeah. So for Acre Africa, for example, farmers are still being paid in fiat. So basically there's an on-off ramp link between, so basically farmers are still being paid in fiat. And in terms of claims, because it's a parametric insurance product, so there's no need for a claim submission, because as soon as the data threshold is triggered according to the policy conditions, then the farmers are automatically paid. I think it's going to still be some time before smallholder farmers are transacting themselves in crypto. And I think the best we can work on now is sort of possible on-off-ramp solutions for them until, I think we've made more progress with sort of building the awareness and trust. Sure.
Any other questions?
Hi. How do you define the percentage of crop loss? Is it 50%, 100, or 20?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. So, firstly, to clarify, I mean, Ethereum, we are not the ones who design the insurance product ourselves. We provide the tech platform and the automation, and we work with, at least in the WFP and all these cases, we work with licensed insurers to design the products. But normally how an index insurance product works is that you have sort of different thresholds. Let's say, to make it very simple, to say, okay, let's say rainfall, where it's kind of like different thresholds, like 80%, 70%, 60% compared deviation from the historical average. And the more deviation there is, the more payout there would be. And does that make sense? So it's not just one single sort of threshold that defines crop loss. There are different thresholds, but of course you have like a threshold that makes it total loss, if that makes sense. If it goes to, let's say, 90%, then that's total loss. But there are different thresholds which different levels of payouts are determined.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for your attention.
And I would like to hand over the mic to Peter and Christoph.
Okay, perfect. Should I start? Yeah, so basically the talks are over. Big thank to everybody here who contributed and was here and asked question listening. So thanks to all of you. Thanks as well to QuantStamp, our sponsor. Thanks as well to EtherRisk, who's organizing it, and together with us, with Chainproof, but basically you are doing it already since 5 years. Thanks as well to the whole QuantStamp event team, Sean, Kat, Isabel, who did and Lydia as well, did an awesome job. Yeah, thanks to everybody. Well.
Yeah, that's basically all what I also wanted to say. Thank you. I think we should also think about all the people who are not here, but who are making this possible. People like, for example, Roy, who is in Israel, or the other guy who's sick and wasn't able to present himself. We are also thinking about people who provide all the basic infrastructure. For example, Ethereum Foundation, which organized the DevConnect event here, which makes possible that so many people come together in Istanbul, have a lot of different talks together. And so we are not alone, but we are part of a huge ecosystem. And this is what makes me so happy, that this ecosystem is growing and you all of the part of it, and we can be part of it. And together this makes us really strong. And this is also, for me, a representation of what decentralization means. Yeah, a lot of independent teams which are putting a lot of energy and engagement here into these different projects, and together we build new stuff which can help the world to fight the challenges what we have. And I think this is worth to put your energy and your life and your time into it. And thank you all for giving us your time. So big shout out to our audience and all the people who have spent their time here. And hopefully we will be able to gather together very soon, next year, at the next, either the DevConnect or the DevCon. So we are planning the next D1Conf already. And so you are all invited, spread the word and tell each other. And yeah, we will see us again. And I think in the Olympic Games, it's always tradition to say this was the best games ever. So this was the best conference ever. So yeah, I think it was really nice and nice venue. And of course, you can also give us critical feedback. Please use our channels. I think on the D1Conf website, there is our coordinates, so you can reach out to either Chainproof, QuantStamp, EtherRisk, EtherRisk Impact. Please let us know what you think, ask questions, and we try to answer everything and improve and iterate for the next stage. Yeah, that's all. And I would invite you to stay here, do a bit networking. And last but not least, I want to say hello to Renat. Renat is our co-founder, and he's not so often here. And so it's all the more that I'm happy that he's here and also sharing this with us. And yeah, that's all. Have a nice evening and stay together, talk, enjoy the evening. Take our swag, so we don't want to carry this home. And there are some nice stuff, t-shirts, pencils, and so on. And see you next year. Thank you so much.